We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Antes de niga Radzauds and malak estrezas Durante todo mu A nogi distancia Gumugubugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Tamoru purita nota Kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Parai honra Parai gloria Abiba isla sin parar Todo y tiempo y paz para kita Dan gini langit na bendición Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines, Kuntan, Minale. Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines, Kuntan, Minale.
Cincinnati, relax, get back someday. Anytime I want my half, I need it. I'll be present in a New York minute. Don't deceive me now, you know it's business. And it's been a long time, fortunately mine, playing on my soul, connected my control. Rock me so slow, anytime I need it, she will bend down low. On me, rock me so slow. In the morning time, sit roots maneuver, give me lead to one. Sunny side or yellow side, I made it. I'll be gone before the clock hits 5, wailing at the moon until I'm faded. And it's been a long time, fortunately mine, playing on my soul, connected my control. Rock me so slow, anytime I need it, she will bend down low. On me, rock me so slow. In the morning time, rock me so slow. Anytime I need it, she will bend down low. Rock me so slow. In the morning time, Miss Sue's coming to dinner. Rejuvenated state, I'm feeling on and on. She's pulling all along. Gotta get my sexual healing. And it's been a long time, fortunately mine, playing on my soul, connected my control. Rock me so slow, anytime I need it, she will bend down low. On me, rock me so slow. In the morning time, rock me, rude girl, dance house, select them. 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 Blessing, long time.
Good morning, Guam.
Wow, that was sustained.
Good morning.
Half a day, everybody. Good morning. Hope you all had a great weekend. Good morning to Talafofo.
God's country in the house. Good morning, you fat fool.
Good morning, Therese. Elizabeth Ugganapati in Surprise, Arizona.
Surprise.
Good morning to Flagstaff, to Phoenix, to Tempe.
Right.
Hello, the Castro family in Mingilao.
What do we got here? Chat Marita Regis, dedicated Link fan. Holiday, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, KUAM Guam, CNMI from the beautiful hillside of Sin City.
Hello, Emma in Jigo.
Half a day if your college football team won this weekend.
How about Wendy Heitman?
Yeah.
Good morning,
Oh, my
listening
gosh.
from San Diego, California. Sounds like somebody's team didn't win this weekend.
Oh,
It's okay.
that was not. No, I'm wearing the Mountaineers jersey because my West Virginia Mountaineers go Morgantown. They won this weekend.
Mary
I
Rojas,
think we
good
should
morning,
leave it at
Guam, from Aguilao, and everyone near and far. Stay safe. It's Monday.
Hello.
Hello, Evelyn in Dedido.
Also, I want to wish the South a good morning. Good morning, Umata. Good morning, Melissa. Good morning, Agat. Good morning, Telefofo. Good morning, Santa Rita.
Good morning to our friends at Sleepy Lagoon in Tamuning, where they have great sunsets.
Good morning, San Diego.
Good morning, San Vicente.
Hello, Annie in Lacey, Washington.
Ams V. Cabral. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Drew Mesa. Good morning, Cello. Where's the Tenatla?
Half a day to Tampa Bay, Florida, who is going nuts right now because Tom Brady is having a crazy game.
Good morning, everybody. Still in quarantine.
Good morning, Teresa I. Cruz writes, good morning from Petey. Good morning, Petey.
Half a day, everybody working at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Half a day and good morning to everyone down on the bayou in Baton Rouge, because you've got two LSU Tigers having big games today. Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham Jr. He actually, a wide receiver, threw a, 56-yard touchdown pass to OBJ. Crazy play.
Janet Bayless writes, half a day, Guam from Yulee, Florida.
Yulee.
Half a day to our frontliners, GPD and GFD. Stay safe.
Erwin writes, Virginia, checking in. Good morning. Also, Dims Marbibi, half a day, Guam from Dedito. Lillian Cruz, greetings from Silicon Valley.
Oh, nice. I got a double shot for you. So half a day to the Commonwealth of Virginia, also to the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands.
Nice.
Hello, Jen from Woostig Road.
Woostig. Good morning, Jigo.
Yeah.
Good morning, Barragata.
Good morning, Inalahan.
Good morning
Yes.
to Laddie Heights.
Good morning, MTM.
Good morning, Happy Landing Road. Good morning, Nimitz Hill.
Good morning, Joe and Annie Velasco in Lacey, Washington.
Good morning, Las Vegas.
Good morning,
Good morning,
if you,
Las
mor-
Palmas.
Well, good morning if you have a pool at your house and you have to clean it this morning.
You got the weirdest.
Half a day to the family in Oklahoma.
Good morning if you had to clean up the barbecue mess from your gathering of no more than 5 people.
Aye. Half a day and good morning if you barbecue with wood and not the little charcoal things.
You don't barbecue
I don't
at all,
barbecue.
don't
Can you tell? Was it that obvious?
Deborah Kanga, good
The
morning
little
from
charcoal things.
Jotner Rules. Glory writes, Havade KUAM and Guam from Laddie Heights. Gina Fonji Leon Guerrero, good morning to Mooning.
I got another one for you. Half a day and good morning, everybody out there. If you do your laundry with the little Tide Pods and not the actual soap.
You do laundry?
I do
Okay,
laundry.
you do.
I love
okay.
doing
He
laundry.
does laundry. He just doesn't barbecue.
Yeah.
Right on. And he's into the Tide Pods.
Yeah. But don't eat the Tide Pod. Let's not go back there. That was so 2018, and that was next level stupid.
Glory, thank you so much. She writes, happy Monday. Always look forward to watching KUAM. Appreciate that, Glory.
Yay.
621, hey, welcome to the show. It's all proudly brought to you by Carrier, keeping you cool. Also, the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Calvo Enterprises and IT&E on this Monday, lunes, the 5th day of October. As always, jam-packed show for you guys. We're going to get your poo and your F-Puck update. Okay, and we're also going to break our fast this morning with some of the restaurants and one restaurant / brewery to come on and talk about why weren't they allowed to open. Everything is open now in this newfangled P-Core 1 that we're in. As the positives continue to come in, the deaths continue to mount up, sadly. We'll have information on all of that this morning on the link. Also, Ray Tapasnia, Agora director, breaks his silence this morning on the show. We'll look forward to that. Also, we'll trying to get public health, environmental health, and we'll also start the show with a look at the week's weather. Okay, it's 6:22. And you guys don't want to miss this. Landon Idlet of the National Weather Service. He goes in early, and he's got all the computers turned on. They're all warmed up. There's a lot of cool pictures of
Stuff.
weather. Yes, Jay?
And the dude can dress.
Right on.
Guy's very, very fashion forward.
Jay's a big fan of Landon's, let's just say, what do they call it? Athletic fit.
Yeah. I didn't know Body Glove was still in business.
6:23. All right. You ready, Bree?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Alrighty, yeah.
there's a lot going on this week. And then at 9, we're actually starting our election candidate interviews with KUAM News Decision 2020, D2020.
Yeah. If you have questions for the candidates, please post them, and we'll get to them for you.
Yeah, we will. And this morning on the show, We have incumbent Senator Kelly Marsh, Republican candidate and former Senator Chris Duenas. And then we had book Senator Sabina Perez, an incumbent, and she had confirmed, but then I guess yesterday, Jay.
Yeah, so we had sent the invite and our Zoom code link to Senator Perez, and she said she was looking forward to it, but then she said, "Oh man, she said there is an oversight at 9 apparently."
Right, there's a virtual informational. Wait, what's today?
Today's Monday the 5th.
Today's Monday the 5th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all I have here is a virtual information briefing by Senator Amanda Shelton. That's at 10 a.m. And it's with the Guam, acting chairperson of the Committee on Education. It's with the Guam Department of Education. They're going to be talking about their third-party fiduciary agent status, update on the allocation of CARES Act, etc.
Maybe she had the day backward. I don't know. I'll message Senator Perez and I'll just say are you sure? Because we'd still love to have her on.
Of course we would. So that's going to start at 9, again, 6:24 on the link. What a beautiful day it is outside as the first weekend of eased restrictions and the allowing of gatherings. It's been, I think, over a month. Longer than a month. How many weeks, Bree? Is it 7 or 8 we're on this?
I think we're on 7. And today, by the way, daycares, I believe, our childcare facilities open today.
Yeah, and I put the ask out to the president of the Child Care Association, but I think they're busy trying to reopen. And another development that happened over the weekend is we had Ishmael Perez, the FD principal, on Friday, talking about not getting any action from public health in terms of them needing to hold the SAT test, which isn't just for FD students. It's open to students from any school. And the good news came out Friday that they were allowed to conduct the test on Saturday. Oh, wow. So there you go. Miss a link, miss a lot. At 6:26.
Okay, wait, real quick.
Yes.
Did you guys do well on the SAT?
Dude, you're talking about 30.
My SAT score was abysmal.
Okay,
no
thanks.
comment. Right on.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Oh, man. It's a Monday, guys. It's going to be that kind of show, all right? Let's go ahead and dive into the day's headlines from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Manzanani.
Hafa everybody. Since Friday night, Guam recorded 3 COVID-related fatalities, bringing the total number of people to have passed away to 52. Just before 8 p.m. Friday, a 72-year-old woman with underlying health conditions passed away. She had been at GMH since September 16th and was a known COVID case. On Saturday, just before 5 p.m., a 90-year-old woman passed away, also with comorbidities. She was pronounced dead on arrival to GMH and was a known positive case. Then on Sunday, the Joint Information Center confirmed that around 1:30 in the afternoon, a 66-year-old woman with underlying health conditions was also pronounced dead on arrival to GMH. She was swabbed on arrival and she had tested positive for COVID-19. As for the latest numbers, which were released on Saturday, out of 638 samples, 82 returned positive for the coronavirus, bringing our total case count to 2,699. 761 of our neighbors are actively fighting COVID, while 1,887 people have recovered. In the past several days, there have been at least 3 more GDOE employees that have tested positive for COVID. President Trump again spent the night hospitalized at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. Mr. Trump's aides say his condition is much improved since Friday, but while they're expressing cautious optimism about his recovery, the president's doctors say he's not yet out of danger. Skylar Henry reports from Washington.
I came here, wasn't feeling so well. I feel much better now.
President Trump discussed his health in a video recorded inside the Walter Reed Medical Center.
So I just want to tell you that I'm starting to feel good. You don't know over the next period of a few days. I guess that's the real test. So we'll be seeing what happens over those next couple of days.
The video was posted to the president's Twitter account on Saturday evening. The White House also released photos showing Mr. Trump working in his hospital suite. Last night, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows said the president's condition had improved.
With no fever now, and with him doing really well with his oxygen saturation levels, we yesterday morning we were real concerned with that. You know, he had a fever, and his blood oxygen level had dropped. He's not out of the woods the next 48 hours or so. With the history of this virus, we know can be can be tough.
In a memo, White House physician Dr. Sean Conley said the president has made substantial progress since his COVID-19 diagnosis, adding, quote, "The team remains cautiously optimistic." Dr. Conley said the president continues to receive antiviral drugs as well as an experimental blood antibody treatment. Democratic nominee Joe Biden appeared at a virtual town hall event on Saturday.
I don't want to be attacking the president. Jill and I pray for their quick and full recovery.
Biden later criticized the president for failing to procure supplies of protective equipment.
If that's not the president's responsibility, what the heck is his responsibility?
The former vice president says he will be tested for coronavirus again today. The Biden campaign says that going forward, it will release the COVID test results for both Biden and running mate Kamala Harris. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Washington.
And back to news here at home. Here's Peter Santos.
Afre, good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. The Health Committee conducted another oversight hearing of the Public Health Department. On Thursday, it focused on the status of COVID-19 investigations and contact tracing. Chairperson Therese Terlahi questioned epidemiologist Dr. Ann Pobutsky about a lack of specific data available to the public.
COVID-19 on the island.
Right now, the public's unable to determine what type of community contact you're talking about here. And
correct. And we will try and put more detail into the weekly report, the type of community contact.
Right, which is why we keep asking this question about, what information can be disclosed, because we're guessing, or we're being told that the decisions that are being made as to closures of businesses are based on these data, this information from public health. And it's very vague at this point, the way it's being reported to us. Is there any way to at least get that part of the data up, as soon as possible? Break down the community contact?
Not at this time. There's only 2 of us, and we just got someone on board assisting. And like I said, we're migrating all the data into the data management system, and it's just going to take more time.
Pobutsky says the data migration should take another 2 weeks, and a new situation report format could be in another month. Marine Corps Base Camp Bloss has now been officially activated. It is an administrative action that marks the initial operations capacity of the base, which is the newest one to open since 1952. Of course, Camp Bloss is named after the late General Vicente Ben Bloss, the first Chamorro general and 4-term congressman from Guam. We spoke with his eldest son, Tom, a former colleague here at KOAM.
I'm sure he's happy right now up in heaven, having maybe having a beer with his 3 brothers and sisters that are up there. And his greatest love was Notre Dame and the Marine Corps, and he loved the Congress as well. But I think number 1 was the Marines, and being a base on Guam, given the way everything is shifted to the Pacific, and getting the recon or the Expeditionary Marines here, I think he'd be very proud.
Tom says his father's love for the Marines developed when he was a young teen, right after Guam's World War II liberation.
About the soldiers or the Marines that had helped him and given him encyclopedias and told him to listen to the radio, listen to news, listen to songs, and he said they were very influential in him, getting enough grasp of the English language to get the scholarship to Notre Dame from the bishop.
After college, General Bloss served a well-decorated 29-year career in the Marine Corps, followed by 8 years as Guam's delegate to Congress. A formal activation ceremony of Camp Bloss is scheduled for next year. Congressional challenger Robert Underwood said while he was hoping for a compromise between the House and the administration because Guam really needs the funding, he blasted Delegate Michael St. Nicholas for coming out earlier this week in a press conference raising false expectations.
For matching funds for Medicaid.
I believe, and I really want to say this clearly, that it was irresponsible on the part of Congressman Mike St. Nicholas to talk about a package that is not yet done. It is irresponsible because it is conveying, it really is taking advantage of our anxieties and our concerns and giving us a sense of false hope. Even going into that news conference, you must have known that whatever package would be resolved would be far less than what he was talking about.
In the news conference, St. Nicholas outlined various aid programs that would benefit Guam, including a $1.17 billion that GovGuam could use for operations. That's the news for now. We'll see you tonight at 6.
The University of Guam's Children's Healthy Living Program recently released findings from a study they conducted. More than 27% of children living on Guam between the ages of 2 and 8 were found to be obese or overweight. Guam statistics sit just above the national average based on reports from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The study found that 99% of children surveyed did not consume the recommended daily fruit and vegetable intake, while 40% did not meet the recommended daily hours of sleep. The study also saw that nearly 85% of children exceeded the 2-hour recommended screen time. The full study can be found on our website. If you had an appointment with Rev and Tax today, it will be rescheduled. According to a media release, ongoing system maintenance has gone beyond the original schedule, leading the agency to close today for all appointments. They will be rescheduled to the earliest available date. The Department of Agriculture's Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources Fisheries would like to remind people to be on the lookout for box jellyfish. They can be found on the beach or in the water, especially on reef flats. Box jellyfish are anticipated from October 10th through the 12th. Both box jellyfish and Indo-Pacific man-o'-wars can sting even if washed on the beach and dead. If you spot any, please notify the Fisheries Division. Their number is 735-0289 or 735-0282. And with your work week weather forecast, please welcome Landon Idolette from the National Weather Service. Good morning, Landon.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing fine. I can't see your
Good
shirt.
to see y'all.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Turning you around to this beautiful sunrise we have this morning. It's a gorgeous morning, so we need to take pleasure in that. We do have some clouds up on the horizon, so we've been watching some clouds way over there, some of the higher cloud tops. Some showers offshore of us to the east, but otherwise a beautiful morning today. And we're going to go to the building, so if my signal gets a little jumpy, it'll be right back. My brother is on shift tonight. That's his bike. So in case some people out there don't know, I do have a twin brother that also works here with me. I think we're the only twins in the whole National Weather Service.
Wow.
And we have the pleasure to work together here in this facility.
Nice. Are you his boss?
Beautiful. Say again?
Are you his boss?
Sorry about my friend's awkward questions.
Okay, so we are having a little bit of a connection issue.
That's what you get for asking awkward questions.
Hey, I didn't think it was awkward. I thought it was cute.
Sounds like Mario Brothers. Little bit of drag, Landon.
Yeah, Landon, you may have to switch from that MiFi network you were on to.
Say we work well together.
There you go.
It's a beautiful morning out there today. Developing tropical disturbance. The good news for us, it's well. Hello?
Yep, we got you.
All right, okay. Now we're coming through, Landon. All right. So we missed your answer.
How's my screen?
It's going good. It's going good.
Sideways.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. We're going to switch
on.
around. There we go. But yeah, back in my office now. This is what we're watching out here. This is a tropical disturbance that we are watching closely. It's a tropical cyclone formation alert by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. It doesn't look like much. It's currently a mass of showers and thunderstorms. It's kind of a asymmetric blob and disorganized. That's the good news for people anywhere near it, which there shouldn't be many. It's in the open Philippine Sea, well to our northwest. Guam and the Sinamay are way down here on the lower right corner. So that's good news. This will probably become the next tropical depression as it's moving away from the area. Forecast models do bring it anywhere from Taiwan up into the Japanese islands up to the north. So the spread is wide, but none of the models bring it towards us. And that is the good news. So again, this is JTWC's Invest Area 90W, and that is a tropical cyclone formation alert, which means it's a high probability it's going to become a tropical depression later today. Now, keeping on the topic of the tropics, this is the 2020 year in review so far. And notice all these storm tracks. They're all north and west of the Mariana Islands. We've had no action across Western Micronesia, the Mariana Islands, or Eastern Micronesia. And that is indicative of the ongoing La Nina climate pattern that we are in right now. So that's keeping us safe as far as the tropics are concerned. Will that keep us safe through the end of the year? Well, the chances look favorable that we're going to remain a slow, below normal season. But I do want to remind you, it only takes one storm to develop anywhere across Eastern Micronesia that could threaten any of our islands. So even though we have a good outlook for the rest of the year, it only takes that one storm that could cause problems. I'm going to switch over to the radar. This is what we're looking at this morning. Not much action out there. These are some of those cloud tops I pointed out on the horizon outside. They are decaying showers, but farther to the east, we do have more showers coming in. Fortunately for us, it looks like the atmosphere around the island is pretty stable. So these things are coming in, they're short-lived, and they're decaying. But behind that, we do have more showers. So we're going to see moisture increase across the region this afternoon. We could see some isolated showers and thunderstorms off the west coast of Guam, the Arroyo Point showers, as we call them, due to the light east winds and eventually this light southeast winds as a disturbance approaches from our southeast. And this is what we're looking at right here. We have a circulation coming in. It's going to be passing just south of us. We're looking at the streamlines right here. We have this broad circulation right here south of Guam going through Chuuk and Yap State. And then we have this surface trough coming up. That's going to push through today, give us that increased moisture this afternoon and tonight, where we have isolated showers and thunderstorms and for tonight, and then scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms Tuesday and Tuesday night. And then it's going to be improved weather for Wednesday through the end of the week. We could see more moisture by the weekend, but nothing bad for us at this point.
Okay. So for the rest of the week, isolated showers. Things are looking good for the rest of the year. La Nina is towards the northwest.
La Nina
Everything
is in control, so
All
that's
right.
the good news for us. But like I said, it only takes one storm, and even in the La Nina year, we can take a hit from a passing typhoon. So don't let your guard down.
There you
Right,
go.
yeah.
Thanks a lot, Landon.
Appreciate it.
Have a great week.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a great day.
Hey, if there any weather develops, shoot us a text and we'll get you on midweek. Thank you. Right on.
All right.
Okay. Landon Ilett of the National Weather Service. Doing duties with his his twin brother there at the. What'd he say? Bree asked him, "Are you his boss?" And he said, "Let's say we work well together." Hey, it's 6:42. We'll be back with more of The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with a Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOAM News, Uno Instagram, or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of 10 pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Falling like they stalling, but I'm stalling cause I'm all in. I think about the nice weather.
Hey, it's The Link, proudly brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, good morning, and the Thrive Coalition. Leanne Beneventi, Buenas Tauto Marianas. Buenas Tauto Marianas, Gosa Idayo Pagu. Good morning, Guam. Pamela, good morning on you.
I have a text.
You have a what?
Also, Jay, if you could answer this Bevan test. What are we streaming at this morning, Jay? I don't want to get chewed out. I'm just saying, where are we streaming on TV?
Well, there's a football game right now.
That's right, we ain't because they're football.
Yeah, I believe is it Buffalo and Buffalo at the Raiders right now. So that's on TV 11.
Oh, there's an interesting weekend in football though, because there was a game that was canceled because Cam Newton,
the only Patriot. I mean, it was speculated that they were wondering like how many players and possibly coaching staff that may have contracted coronavirus, but Cam, the former league MVP, did test positive. So and that game will be played tomorrow. That's going to be moved, and so they also had the game with the Tennessee Titans because as many as I believe it's 8 total staffers, players, or 8 players, and then some other.
Also, the big one over the weekend that we missed on the show because we weren't on the air was President Trump testing positive for COVID. It almost feels like old news now, but that was. Go ahead, Bree.
Nothing. I wanted to know what you had to say.
Well, I forgot if it was it Friday or Saturday?
Friday.
It was Friday late. Yeah.
In the afternoon.
Right. So it's top story Friday's news. Yeah, crazy curveball.
Yeah, he was hospitalized Saturday. I think he even did
Did a little address.
video on Twitter that he's okay, even though the doctors are like, oh, he's not out of the woods.
Right.
I have a tech tip, and
Okay.
this kind of has bearing on what we're talking about. I was mentioning to you guys
Hope so.
offline. Twitter has just announced today that of course, many people have very, very strong opinions about the commander-in-chief, and many people go on social media and can say some pretty abrasive things. But Twitter has actually said that if you say stuff that is very, very, if you're addressing the president's mortality, you could be cited for cyberbullying and you may be shadow banned. So your account could be deleted if you say some pretty nasty things. And that's not them being heavy-handed. They've got a cyberbullying policy already. So that's tech tip number one. Tech tip number two, and this goes out to anybody who's going to be on this show or those of you who are going to school today and you use Zoom as your distance learning platform. There is an update to Zoom, so you guys should update your apps on your mobile devices and on desktop, because there may be a chance that if you have an outdated app, you may not be allowed into the Zoom room if you've got, backwards compatibility issues and everything. So there is an update for Zoom. Check your app stores. If you're on the web, just click the update button. Get everything in line.
Yeah, you could have told me that before we started the show.
Oh, also don't forget to download the Guam COVID Alert app.
Oh yeah. Hey, speaking of which, have we got numbers on where we are with the total download number?
You're
I should know this.
You're the guy, dude. You should know this.
Okay, let me reach out to Janella, and we will see if we can get that.
Okay, 6:50. Other news this weekend. Indoor masses started up. Jay, I know that you were watching the stream. I saw a couple pics. Yeah, it definitely looked like Father Mike had said. If you open it, they will come, and it looks like they definitely came. Good morning. It's Monday. Dave Della Sola, the labor director. Let's just get right into the show here, where our sanitizing duendes have made sure everything is
good to go,
spotless, sanitized, and our first guest second actually. Thanks. It's Monday. Is it Monday?
It is Monday.
It is Monday. 6:51. Dave Della Sola, labor director. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. How you guys doing today?
We're doing pretty good. First weekend, allowing gatherings. It's been weeks, and now you can gather up to 5 people. It's crazy. I went around and I came home yesterday, and the neighbors were barbecuing. It was like I kind of did a double take, like, and there's like, oh, right, it's allowed. It's allowed. Auntie Lou gave her blessing. We can barbecue, but no more than 5 people. 6:52. So, Dave, how was your weekend?
Short, but it was good. I had a nice Sunday. Thanks.
Well, always want to make sure you're doing okay as your regular customer here on the link, and got you in to kind of give us our FPUC and PUA update. There's a lot going on, so we'll just get right to it. What's the latest that people need to know, Dave?
Well, we're like everybody else. We're kind of waiting to see what the Senate is going to do with the new package. I didn't have much hope of something going through, but something a little bit more promising was the president, when he was holed up at the hospital, tweeted out to the Senate to please try to get it done. And so he's pushing for some kind of a package and trying to get everybody to find out what compromises can be done to get it done, to get it out. So we'll wait and see how this is going to, come out. They seem to be pretty much in favor of a lot of things. The biggest indigestion is the $600 FPUC. They want a lower number, and that's I think the White House likes 400. The House or the Senate, I think they like 200. So maybe they can find some agreement, and then the rest of the stuff is just the different types of aid to the different types of businesses, sectors.
Right.
So hopefully they'll hash that out soon, and we can get something additional in the books for our people. I talked to the governor Friday, and we're still waiting for FEMA to give me some answers to what exactly, how and what and how much we're going to pay. And the governor agrees that enough is enough. Let's try to move forward. Let's just, figure out what we want to do and just hope that they give us an answer in time before we do it. So I'm checking to see with the programmers how hard it is. They're programming it. Like I said, the biggest hurdle is the fraud, trying to make sure that we don't pay out fraud. And in line of that, I think the biggest shift in news, that last Tuesday we paid 15.6 million.
Wow.
And we that should be hitting the banks if it hasn't already. The biggest hurdle with that is when we got the payment registries for the checks and for the direct deposits. We went and just kind of did a cursory review, and we were finding that there were still some payments in there that were not supposed to be there. And we spent the last several days just scouring it and trying to remove some of those payments that did not belong into we thought we caught a lot of the stuff in the fraud measures, and they did a pretty good job, but there was still some that made through. And when they make through, we're talking about anywhere from $16,000 to $20,000 in initial payment. So this is a big checks that are going out. So it took us all the way to Friday to clean the file to where we felt strong enough to go ahead and release it. So with that in mind, we're going to start shifting to two payments every 2 weeks, like a regular paycheck. Every week is it's just getting too much for us to try to keep out and scrub the list and try to make it in within a week. So every 2 weeks we're going to be doing payments. Good news is today's the libraries open up, and for Jutnya and Dedido and Agate, they are full right now this week as far as appointments. So they're going to be very busy taking claimants with problems and anybody that has any issues and taking care of that. So that's business back to normal. And we're going to see how they handled as far as the distancing and, and trying to control the lines and making sure that there's no, everything is practiced well and clean. And other than that, man, we just keep crunching it out. Just keep doing what we do.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, this is Jason. I know I've got some people that were mentioning on Twitter, and they were saying, again, the very alarming number that you were saying last time we spoke, like 90%, the fraudulent number. I mean, that's astonishing. So some people were asking, and they wanted me to kind of like bring it up, and they were wondering, is it when you say fraudulent claims, is that when we spoke to the FBI special agent, we said, there are apparently like rogue actors that are trying to deliberately defraud the government into, making claims and, bogus things like that. Does that also include people that are trying to make legitimate claims that for whatever reason they just like overstated how much they get, and either discrepancies by just mistakes, or and how do you differentiate the two?
Good question. The 90% is just the fraud. And that's just the claims that are coming in that are basically have no tie to our Guam workforce or our island, or they're just outright trying to take advantage and take our money. The other situation that you're speaking about is called overpayments, where that's what we're clamping on now, and we're moving forward with the appeals and the overpayment division. Letters are going out. People are getting notices. And rightly so, some are getting fairly upset. The ones that thought that they should keep the money, even though
right.
they didn't earn it, or they didn't rightly apply for it. The ones who got it and they knew that they weren't, a lot of them are just waiting, and they've been turning in their checks. for the adjusted amount. And it's human nature. Some people fail to correctly input their income in various ways, or we find out later on that maybe they weren't qualified for the program, meaning that they were unemployed and not because of COVID, or they were fired, or what we're finding is some of the employers, when they try to open up, the employees didn't want to come back to work, and they would be disqualified then. We are notifying them that they have to pay back some of the monies that they got. And like I said, so those are the various scenarios. So they have a right to appeal those decisions and try to see if they can get it overturned.
Dave, I wanted to follow up on something, and I want to say you may have mentioned this in the past. Were DOL employees teleworking?
I'm sorry?
Were DOL employees teleworking?
Yes.
Okay. Then I wanted to follow up on something that we heard during an oversight hearing with the Department of Public Health last week. Did GDOL provide, I guess, government-issued cell phones and computers for those PUA employees that were working from home? And because during the oversight hearing last week with Public Health, they said that they wouldn't allow contact tracers to call from home because of HIPAA issues. Public Health's concern was that people's confidentiality with contact tracers calling from home using personal computers and cell phones. Did GDOL, I guess, feel this was an issue as well?
We issued laptops. So they were using government laptops as far as to be able to handle a lot of those problems. So I just went ahead. And no, these people are all basically PUA only people. They've been trained, and they've also been, like you say, sworn in to make sure that the confidentiality of what they deal with and what they see on a daily basis. They see the most intimate banking information of the claimants, and only the ones that are trained are the ones that are teleworking as far as for PUA. I had, of course, my other divisions that were working from home, and they were just doing their daily routines and their typical duties and responsibilities. But the PUA staff have been trained and basically learned. They know about all the confidentialities. So, and they were giving laptops by us, those who were using and as far as handling claims by phone. Did I answer your question?
Yes. How many laptops do you guys have?
We got about 30.
I see. Is that from CARES Act money that you guys purchased laptops? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had to every single item that we purchased with our pool of money had to go through the ringer as far as at USDOL and well written and justified for each piece. In hindsight, I probably should have gotten 50 because it's just I have that many people that at one time or another, especially at the beginning, that needed laptops. I didn't anticipate them going, a second wave of going home and this and that, but we're using those 30 and they're being used. Now they're going to be going back out to the libraries. They're in our call centers. So we are getting a lot of use out of those laptops. And then at the end of the day, when this pool is all done, all those equipments and stuff will go over to the American Job Center, and they will continue with USDOL, ETA activity as far as help getting people trained. They'll be in the resource rooms, and they'll be used for employment. So they're going to have a really good second life after PUA, utilizing at our American Job Center.
Dave, we had a comment here from Taylor. How do we call about our PUA account? I can't get in touch anytime I try to call.
I know, with this, and I hate to keep saying like this, but with this lockdown and, before this lockdown, we were doing real good, as I'm sure you heard. You could walk into the libraries. Our phone calls were much easier to access. We have a reduced staff because we already went over the main hump. We were decreasing rapidly as far as claims as things were opening out, and all our detail staff went back to their GovGuam agencies, and we were shifting to trying to do the second part, which is overpayments and appeals, and then cleaning claims. And with this wave, all of a sudden, tens of thousands of people all of a sudden became unemployed, and they wanted to reapply or apply again, and we just weren't set up to handle that kind of volume on the phones. If you like, get her name, get her number, and text it to me, Chris, and I'll be glad to have somebody get a hold of her.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I think we're still kind of freaking on the laptop thing. I mean, how do you assure that the public, Dave, when you're telling us that we have 90% fraud, and then we've got the employees going around with these computers that may have sensitive information in them?
The computers don't have any sensitive information in them. You got to remember, our program is all cloud-based. They log in, and they get access to it from there. And so nothing is downloaded, nothing is on the laptop itself. It's just being used as a tool. So when they answer the phones and a claimant is saying, I have a problem with this or that they can go in and correct the problem that they're having, and then the claimant can see it and basically communicate that everything is good again, and they can go ahead and resume filing for their claims.
Mm-hmm. How are they answering the phones? If they're working from home?
If they're answering their phones?
Yeah, if they're working from home, how are they answering their phones? Is it a government cell phone, or how does this work?
Yeah, we have about 15, 20 cell phones that's also for the 311 lines and for the ones that are teleworking at home. You remember there wasn't a lot term working from home because we were, except for the 1 week, we were always open and working. Even when they were shut down, we just shifted to closing the libraries, and they all went to our call center, and they were handling calls, and we just basically grew our call centers, and everybody was in there with, of course, spread out with distancing and everything that was properly handled. So majority of the times we were always open. We were one of those essential agencies that we were working in the call centers the whole time. So although the libraries might have closed and we weren't seeing public, but they were still coming into the call center, and we were still making the calls and handling the 311s and doing everything at the call center. Mm-hmm. And the same thing that held true with our new location too. We have everybody there throughout this whole, ever since March, basically.
Dave, also wanted to ask, so when we're talking about the package that's before the Senate now and the extension of the disaster unemployment, if that's passed, is it just going to be run through your existing program, or would it just be it's as simple as like they send the money over, or are we going to need to stand up a new program? I'm just worried about any speed bumps, right, as we approach the end of the year. And
it all depends, of course, what they pass. And when you're dealing with Congress, you never know what they're going to do. But if they take the standard FPUC format and they don't play with it or do anything with it, then it would be as easy as just replug it into the system and it will go back retro or whatever they decide to do. It will be that easy. The only thing that may take time is if they require additional paperwork, budgets, and basically they will do another allotment separate because this is a different program. I don't know if they would allow us to continue on with our existing balance, and because most of the time you have to apply for it just like it's a new program again, and then you have to wait for them to award it to you and then to transfer the money into the payment management system for drawdown. So those are all questions we have to wait and see. You know, there was talk at one time they were going to tie it into how much somebody works, which would be a nightmare. So I'm hoping that becomes a non-issue and it doesn't go forward. But if it just sticks to the regular FPUC, whether it's 6, 4, or 2, then it would be as easy as reprogramming it.
I also wanted to ask Dave, what's the protocol? Let's say as we're now seeing more businesses reopen, I'm assuming those businesses may be calling employees back into work. So if you're on the FPUC or the PUA or just the unemployment, and your business, your place of employment reopens, and your boss says, "Hey, we're open. Come work, whatever, limited hours," because I'm assuming it's going to be limited hours. What obligations are the recipients of the unemployment aid? Are they obligated to go back to work? Are they obligated to report that call?
Yes, you have to go back to work. There's no, if you want to still continue to get PUA, and that was some of the reasons for overpayments is that, some of the claimants, when they got their checks, they didn't feel like they needed to go back to work anytime soon. And when their offices called them, they didn't want to come back, and they would automatically be disqualified for PUA from that day forward.
Wow.
David,
I don't make the rules.
Yeah.
I just
So if your boss calls, you can't be like, "No, thanks, I'm good. I'm on the PUA."
Yeah, no. Remember, the PUA is there for assistance because you're unemployed, furloughed, or reduced an hour because of COVID.
Right.
Not because you don't feel like working.
Dave, just going back in time and how when PUA and FPUC were first discussed in the first stimulus round, you had made the ask for a certain amount for the PUA and the FPUC. I can't remember the dollar figure, but I know it's based on the 35,000 that you were anticipating to be unemployed, layoff, and furloughed. Since then, though, we've seen more people, more businesses, I guess you could say, shut down and have been impacted during PCOR 1. And so the FPUC is, from what I understand, would be retro back to July, I want to say 31st, when it ended. So are you also going to be going through the same process or planning now, I guess, for whatever the ask is going to be if this next stimulus package is approved? Do you have an idea or an estimation on how much you plan on asking for?
The answer is yes. That's what I was saying. You probably will have to go ahead and move forward with an additional budget request.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know if they will allow us to continue paying that because I do have, my initial amount, $924 million. I pretty much covered the worst case scenario of the request. Right now, I think we're at about 362 million of that 924. So I still have a lot there to work with. But yes, most likely we will have to resubmit a new budget estimate with the FPUC. Of course, I don't know because I don't know what that amount will be, whether it's 600, 400, and 200, and whether or not the period will still be the end of December. They said it was end of January, but the PUA ends in the end of December. So I don't know about that 1 month. I don't think you can get FPUC without the PUA. So that's why I need to see what exactly I'm looking at as far as length of time and how much. And yes, we'll probably have to submit a new budget and basically wait for a approval and then for them to send us the money. It may have to come from a different account. It may not be able to mix because this is a different act, and you can't mix CARES Act money with whatever HERO Act or whatever it is. That, you know, whatever they decide, you know, we can adapt very quickly. As long as they keep the same parameters, we can just plug it into the system and we can get that money out very quickly. Like I said, as long as there's no reprogramming or messing around with the as far as the criteria to get it out.
Okay. Dave, I had another question from Ben. Was called back to work with reduced hours. Are we still qualified for reduced payments for the PUA? What is the baseline, if you could throw that number out?
So that baseline that you have to remember is 494. If you make that much or less, then you still, if you make 494, you qualify for $1 a PUA. So it's $345 is your weekly benefit. They give you $150 earning disregards. What that means, you can earn up to $150 and still get the total $345. If you earn anything more than that, it starts reducing your weekly benefit. So yes, if you reduced in hours and you're making $494 or less, you can still apply and still get $1.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify some things that you said. Sorry to go back to it about the teleworking. You said 30 laptops were issued that were purchased with CARES Act money. And how many cell phones did you say? 15 to 20 cell phones?
We have those using at some of the call centers and at the things. The teleworking, there was only a handful that teleworked because we couldn't fit them initially into our new facility until we get them spread out. So when we got the new layout with the adjusting so that we can create more space, more of them came in and were able to work from our facilities. So we were able to accommodate them. So like I said, the teleworking was kept to a minimum.
During PCOR 1, for the past 8 weeks, have PUA employees been teleworking?
No.
They have.
Said, we only had that 1 week where we were mandatory to close down. I had my main supervisors and my main people still take the laptops and work from home. After 1 week, we were reopened. And every other time since March, PUA was always deemed essential and we were always working. We've been working 6 days a week nonstop, except for that 1 week. We haven't closed the PUA offices. Mm-hmm. The staff have been working basically the whole time, answering, fixing claims and doing things at our call centers.
Okay.
First at GCC, then at the AJC. It was during that first week of the first lockdown that the governor said, even us to close down. So I had my most essential staff, my supervisors and stuff, they were teleworking from there for that week period until we were able to open up the following week. Mm-hmm. And then everybody basically came back in and we just readjusted the call centers and where we were able to get everybody back in there and get it set up with phones and everything.
So I would assume that all of the PUA employees that have been working this 6 days a week would have been or eligible or have been paid overtime?
Yes.
How's your overtime?
With the PUA money.
I'm sorry?
We budgeted, when we put in our budget, we knew that this was going to be a 6 day, 7 day a week. We were 7 days a week initially, all the way through like May or June until we got started opening, we were 7 days a week nonstop trying to get this thing up and running and going. So every month we turn in budget reports to USDOL with the spreadsheet of the monies that we spend for personnel, for hours, for overtime, and for hazardous pay. This is a very transparent with USDOL. It's their funds. They're the ones that authorize it. And it is everything that's used is gotten their approval and their blessing and their funds.
How much was paid out in overtime and hazardous pay?
Oh,
You have an idea?
I can get that to you. I don't know that off the top of my head.
So on top of the overtime and hazardous pay, were the your employees also getting the governor's COVID differential pay?
There's the hazard pay is that. I don't know of any other. There's just the hazard pay.
Okay, Dave, anything in closing?
No, I think we continue to just try to get the money out there to get everybody paid. And that's always been our number one mission, is to get the money out to as many people as we can. And we continue to try to make sure that the fraud doesn't get, keep it to a limited amount, because we want all that money to stay on Guam. So I appreciate you guys getting the message out and informing the people. And anytime you get some of these people who can't get through or anything, Chris or Sabrina, get their names and you can always forward them to me, and I'll be glad to make sure that somebody gets a hold of them.
All right.
As I've done with everybody.
Right. Yes, Dave. Appreciate it. Be safe.
I appreciate you guys.
Wash your hands.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. 7:20. We'll take a real quick break, and we're back with more of The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Monday.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with a Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOAM News, Uno Instagram, or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of 10 pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Reminding you, we're going to put some pizza in your mouth.
And your stomach.
Yes, it will go from your mouth to your stomach.
That we would hope.
How do you want it? You want an airplane or a choo-choo train?
Well, we do have some
I'm
people
not
that
even sure what you're
we do have some people coming on later on this morning that know quite a bit about food. But yeah, we do want to tell you guys about our Pepsi Pizza Challenge because October is Pizza Month. If you guys did not know, we have an entire 31 days to celebrate the modern miracle that is pizza, and we want to incorporate you guys. So we've got a bunch of different pizza enthusiasts, pizza artists, like different sponsors have joined together, and we want to let you guys celebrate pizza. So all you have to do is take a picture of yourself and send it to our Facebook story. Just tag us at KUAM News and featuring pizza and your favorite Pepsi product.
Yeah, or just a picture of you with Pepsi.
Yeah.
I believe that's what it is. And then you'll be eligible to win a pizza from the various pizza sponsors that we have on board.
Basically, if they're selling pizza, they're on board.
Yeah.
So thank you guys.
Yeah, okay, and I do have another bit of the technical stuff on the side. We were asking before, like, where we are with the Guam COVID Alert app. Janela Carrera from Public Health says right now we're standing at about 14,500 downloads. That's about 20% of the way to where we want to get to. Remember, we're trying to hit about 2/3 of the island's population, about 75,000 downloads for this thing to really be maximally effective. So about 14,500, but make sure to check it out. GuamCovidAlert.guam.gov. Install it. It's for iOS. It's for Android. It's going to take care of our community. Thank you.
All right, 7:26. Let's head in. Yeah.
Thank you.
The KUAM News Zoom room.
So official.
Sound like a PSA.
I'm sorry. That's Jason Solis, everybody. He's just happy to be here, like all of us. 7:27 KUAM News Zoom room. Let's head over there where we have Hospital Administrator Lillian Posada standing by. Good morning, Lillian.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Nice
Good
color.
morning, Mom. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, digging that.
Thank you.
A little bit of a bittersweet weekend, Lillian, as we saw the further easing of restrictions, but it was coupled with high numbers of positives and 3 COVID-related fatalities. So I guess if we could just start there, Lillian. I mean, I hate to start that way, but what else can you tell us about these COVID-related fatalities?
Well, basically, I there's no other. Okay, if the 2, as it was already, put out in the JIC, the first one on Saturday, a 90-year-old individual, and then on Sunday, a 66-year-old individual. Both of them came in pretty much already as dead on arrival. They were pulseless, breathless, and so, those were the conditions. One of them was a known COVID positive from being tested with public health. The second one on Sunday was not known, but was swabbed in the emergency room, and the test result came back positive. So both are COVID related, and so, our condolences and our prayers to the family.
And we'll just move right into the COVID census at the Guam Memorial
That's all
Hospital.
basically I can say.
Right.
I mean, the COVID census as of this morning, 32. We had 3 admissions yesterday. 1 went home, was discharged home. Of the 32, 13 of them are ICU level of care, and then of the 13, 7 of them are on ventilator support. And so that's where we stand right now with our COVID census.
Lillian, I wanted to share with you, I ran into one of the travel nurses yesterday. I believe from New West. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. But I just wanted to share with you what she had told me was that I just asked her, hey, what do you think of Guam Memorial Hospital? Which kind of seems like it could be a loaded question, right? Especially for a nurse who's coming from the States or whatever. And what she had said was if her family was here on Guam and they got sick, that she would send them to the Guam Memorial Hospital. She basically had high praise for the staff there at the hospital and said that she's not really concerned about the facilities, even though it is leaking. But she said that the staff works hard and the level of care that they provide
Hello?
is really on
It's hard
another
to
level.
hear you.
Okay.
Breaking off.
Can you hear me now? Oh. Yeah, basically, Lillian,
It's our internet connection.
how about now? Hi, Lillian.
I'm losing you.
Okay.
I'm losing you.
I'm here. Okay, Lillian. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
It must be Monday. I think. Is it Monday? Yeah. So
Monday.
basically, this nurse had said that she was very impressed with the staff at GMH and that the level of care was outstanding, and that if her family was here and got sick, she wouldn't hesitate to send them to the hospital. And it's funny because she said, the facility, yeah, okay, I don't really care about the facility. It is leaking, but the bottom line is she had high praise for your staff. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. That's great to hear. That's really encouraging, especially after last week's post article regarding the individual who the family came out and, I just want to clarify that. The facts are the individual came in with symptoms of respiratory distress, cough, and fever. And yes, the initial test with the Abbott, came out negative. And it's possible that the virus load in her system was not sufficient when they did the swab. The Abbott machine did not pick up on the virus load, but in 12 hours, another swab was taken and submitted to public health, and the PCR came back positive. And and that happens with the Abbott testing device. Sometimes the analysis of it, depending on the technique and maybe the virus load that's in the system of the individual, then the analysis of the Abbott machine may not have picked it up, and so the result could come out to be negative. But because the individual was manifesting symptoms, the doctors were concerned, and so they wanted to validate and confirm it, and they did the PCR within 12 hours. And so, again, the facts are, and based on science, you don't convert, the individual did not catch the COVID in the hospital. So she came with the virus already.
Lillian, can you give us a little more clarity? Are we talking about the pregnant patient we asked you about last week, or?
Yeah, Lillian, are you talking about the pregnant patient that Chris asked about last week?
Right, that was put out in the Post. The article was in the Post publication. Yes, that's the individual that I'm clarifying the facts.
So you're saying that was not a nosocomial infection, that she was tested when she arrived, it was negative, and then tested 12 hours later, and then it was positive.
Correct.
So
Because of the virus load in her system perhaps was not large enough, or for the Abbott machine to recognize that she does have the virus in her system.
And what is the status of this patient? She's still on is she still on a ventilator?
I believe so, but let me confirm that. I haven't gotten today's census report She is still here in the hospital. Yes, that is true. That is correct.
Mm.
And as of Friday, she was on the vent. But today I haven't gotten the report, the updated report.
So what numbers did you give us from the census? Is that just from yesterday?
No, this morning.
Oh, okay.
This morning I get the numbers, but the actual detailed report,
I see.
I get it, 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Right.
So I haven't gotten it yet.
But there was an increase, Lillian, in the ICU level of care patients.
Yes, and like I said earlier, there were 3 admissions during yesterday. So yes, we increased our numbers.
Right.
Lillian, we haven't talked a lot about in a while, actually, in the nosocomial infections over at GMH. Do you have any numbers regarding how many there have been?
There have been only 2 confirmed by the infection control practitioner. 2 cases that were confirmed to have tested positive during hospitalization for COVID.
Right.
There are different kinds of nosocomial infections.
Right.
So,
Yeah, just regarding COVID.
Right, we're just talking about COVID, correct.
And so one of them was the ER nurse. Is that correct? The one that passed away?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the second one, and when did this come about?
The second one is an individual, a male individual. This was already, probably 3-4 weeks ago. The individual went home.
Can you tell us anything about their exposure at the hospital?
I don't have all the details. The individual was in the hospital for a different type of medical condition. And because the plan was to discharge the individual, I think the individual was going to be going off island for further treatment. And so the doctor just wanted to make sure. And so they did the test, and the test came back to be positive.
So I'm sorry. So the individual was hospitalized before.
Hospitalized prior, he was hospitalized for non-COVID condition, medical condition, and because the doctor was going to discharge the individual, and the plan was for the individual, he wanted to go off island for further treatment. And so, the plan was to make sure that he's okay, and so they did the test. The result came back to be positive.
How did he get COVID? Was it through a visitor, or was it?
No, we don't know exactly how people get the COVID, because it's hard to pinpoint where the exposure is. He was in a non-COVID, in the non-COVID unit. I believe maybe there was family visiting at the time. I don't know. I have to get the details.
Right. But Lillian, if it was 3 to 4 weeks ago and we've been locked down for 8 weeks, that means that there probably weren't any visitors allowed at that time?
We have allowed on occasion, for depending on the condition of the individual, if they are high fall risk or if they are confused with dementia. And so we do allow a family member to come and be with the patient.
So was this patient in either one of those categories?
I don't have the details of that individual case.
Okay.
I do want to follow up, and I want to say Peter may have asked you about it regarding the GDOE nurses that were sent over to help out with the hospital, and I want to say it was 17, and now a majority of them are no longer there. Can you provide us what exactly happened?
Well, what happened was that, in the beginning, it was a very fruitful discussion with Superintendent John Fernandez, Deputy Superintendent Erica Cruz, and the school health counselor administrator, Ms. Julieta Kineni. Very productive, very fruitful. We even had a Zoom meeting with many of the school nurses, and we discussed their anxiety, their concerns. And so we were willing to let them go through a very structured, however long it needs to take for them to have orientation and training, because many of them haven't worked in a hospital setting for many years. And so, of course, understandably, different skill sets that are needed in a hospital setting as compared to the school nurse practice. And so we started out with a list of 17 individuals. A couple of them dropped out before we even started the orientation. And then when we started the orientation, several more opted to not go through the process, anxiety, whatever concerns they have. And we understand that and we respect that. And so as the orientation and training continued, many of them felt that bedside hospital nursing care was really not what they want to do in their nursing profession. And a couple of them in the MCH area, they were assigned and they're still working there. And then we also recognized that we needed help in the contact tracing with infection control. And so I think about 4 of them are helping out there. And it's really been very helpful, what they're doing and how they're helping the contact tracing. So that's proven to be very fruitful. The rest, we decided that, we don't want to put the pressure on them. We don't want to force them to practice, in the hospital setting if they don't really, want to do that. And so, we recognize that and we said public health needs help also. So that's where they are right now. Majority of them are over at public health helping out with community outreach activities because it falls within their practice as community health nursing. And so, that they're needed there at public health, and that's where they are, majority of them.
Okay, so out of the 17, how many are left standing at GMH?
I believe either 6 or 8. I can't remember the count, but 4 of them are in the contact tracing, and the others are in the maternal child health area. Nursery, OB ward, I forgot where else they are at, but maybe 6 or 8 of them are with us.
Okay. And also the EMAC deployed team, they're all gone now?
They're gone. Yesterday was their last day, yes.
Okay, Lillian, anything else happening at GMH? My goodness.
Just go,
Oh,
tell
my
us,
goodness.
Lillian.
Just again, take care, because look at that, this last positive results. What was that, 80 some?
82.
yeah.
82. And so, we're going to anticipate that, 10% to 20% of those individuals may start developing symptoms and they may need to be hospitalized or be seen in the hospital.
Lillian, again, thank you for clarifying that the instance with the patient who had been pregnant, because I think a lot of people don't have that understanding of that, and we've covered it many times on the show, of the testing timeline and the window, when you can catch the virus too early and get a negative, and then, hours later get a positive.
Not hours. It's going to take, the incubation period takes, based on science, based on what's been experienced, it takes more than 1 day.
Right. Well, thank you for that, Lillian.
Thanks, Lillian.
All right. Thank you too. You take care.
Appreciate it. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Lillian Posadas, hospital administrator. Would give our sanitizing duendes a little bit of time to clean up the KUAM News Zoom room before we bring in our next batch of guests. It's all part of the public health guidelines. We came out, we submitted our plan. We said, hey, we have a Zoom room. We got these little duendes. They're like Chamorro Smurfs. They go in there and they spray everything and they wipe everything down. Because, people be touching stuff, and we also, don't worry, the virtual malasadas and coffee at self-serve. 7:41. Let's go in where we have standing by Anna Johnson from Carabao Brewing and Mo and Sarah from Mosa's Joint here on the Link on the Breeze. Good morning. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
I hope it's nice and clean in there for you guys. And let's just go ahead and jump right into it, right? So over at the end of the week, last week, we saw the further easing of restrictions, congregating, gathering now allowed up to 5 people. We saw daycares open, fitness centers open, but we didn't see any movement on bars or any further easing of restrictions for restaurants. And so
Dine-in, yeah.
Dine-in, right? And I guess people are kind of thinking that if we're allowing all these other things, and that's kind of, it's been really like a domino where it's you open one and then another one's like, oh, what about us? And then, okay, we'll open you too. And then the church is like, hey, we're going to open. And they're like, okay. And then it's like, oh, daycare. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like you can go to the mall, you can go to shopping, Kmart.
Don't forget my tattoo.
Right. So I'm just.
So yeah, we'll just get right into it. I mean, at this point, are you guys ready at Moses and at Carabao Brewing? Have you got your plans, your protocols all in place to open up for dine-in at whatever capacity? 25%? 25% is, I think, what they're allowing for other businesses. So we'll just start with you guys over at Moses. Morning.
Hi, good morning. So for us, I feel like from the beginning, we've been ready through this whole thing. We've told our staff that, we need to treat everybody like they potentially could have COVID. So we're following protocols to the T, what the CDC guidelines have been, what the government guidelines have been. Since day one, we've been following all of it. And it's, the PCOR 1 and then went into PCOR 2. It seems like things change every week for us. And that's like everybody on this island. Our top priority at our restaurant, I believe, is just the safety of our customers and safety of our staff. And I feel like we've been doing an excellent job trying to keep that tempo good and safe for everybody. But it seems like this last PCOR 1 shutdown, everyone was expecting it to go to 25% because everything else kind of opened up to 25%, and it just didn't. And for some restaurants and some places, it's okay for the outdoor seating because they're designed for it. But as for like our restaurant, it's not at all. And we have literally 2 tables outside. This is the first time since this whole thing that we've had to actually furlough people because, in the beginning we had the PPP and we had some grant money that we really appreciated, and it helped our business out tremendously and to bring all of our workers back. But then to go to that, to 50%, to back down to just curbside, and now it's just, we have to go outside, and we only have 2 tables at our restaurant. We're working on getting the permits and following the guidelines to open up more seating in our parking, but it takes time. So for a whole week, while other places were being able to be open, we haven't been. Literally 25% could bring back 2 to 3, maybe 4 employees of ours. Right. And like I said, that's our main priority.
Right. Let's go over that.
I just totally feel that everything should be kind of set up where everybody has a chance to survive. That's the word right now, is we just are trying to survive. Right. We're not trying to go against any guidelines. We're not trying to make this be unsafe. We're not forcing anybody to come into our restaurant and eat or take out or anything. But we are following everything, and I think it's been showing because we haven't had any cases come out of our restaurant, unless we've had some come in. We've talked about this before, but we haven't had any come from our place. And I believe that the restaurant business and the bars and everything, I think that they're all following the guidelines too. And if they aren't, then they should get shut down. And, I understand where the governor is coming from completely about being safe, because the cases have spiked so tremendously the last month and a half. But I also feel like this is detrimental to all of our livelihood, and that's basically how my stance is on this.
Let's move it over to
our stance.
Right. Let's move it over to Anna. Anna, Carabao Brewing, you guys have been able to convert, from what I see in that little parking lot area there, into some outdoor dining. So has that been a kind of a blessing for you guys to have that kind of space?
Absolutely. Yes. So I just want to echo what Mo was saying. This shutdown, reopen, shutdown week to week has been so difficult on us. We also had to furlough our staff just this last go around. Even with outdoor dining, it's detrimental to the business to have to guess what you're going to do 4 days from now. Do we buy more produce? Do we not? So that's been really tricky. For us, we have the distinct advantage of having that outdoor area. I fought for that back in May, June, and July. I went through the paperwork. I went to multiple agencies multiple times. I had the support of my landlord, which was incredible. And so I have that opportunity, but I fought for that for months. It was not a short process. So now being allowed to have outdoor dining, you know, it wasn't something that I did overnight, and it wasn't something that we just put up. And even with that said, we've almost been shut down twice in the last week because people don't believe I went through the proper channels, or people are calling in. The heavy restrictions make it really, really difficult for us. But I will say, with the outdoor dining, I've been able to hire more people. I think everyone should have the opportunity. I think that if there's a restaurant like Mosa's that has that ample space outside, they should be able to open up as well.
Well, have you guys had any contact at all with public health or
even provided any data that would support the continued closure for dine-in and closure of bars?
This is the continued closure. No, absolutely not.
So no conversations?
This is the most I'd say that we've ever got inspected by public health since we've been open, since day one.
Right.
And we're fine with that. We're 100% completely fine with it. Like, we're not doing anything wrong. We're following all the rules. And if we're doing something wrong, please let us know. But it's just been a real struggle.
Yep. We were actually inspected the day before we went back to PCOR 1 during the PCOR 3 stage. We were inspected Saturday night, and they came in. Everything was great. We had our outdoor area. We had 50% inside, no problems. And then we got shut down to PCOR 1, stay at home the next day. Again, if we're doing something wrong, let us know. But we're following all the guidelines, and I know the other restaurants, other bars are doing the same thing. We need that opportunity to open up and plan for the next couple of weeks. We can't just go week to week and hope for the best.
I wanted to ask, and I really hate asking this, but we have seen several businesses that have had to close permanently. How close are you guys to reaching that point? Mo?
I'll go first. We were doing very well until the second shutdown when we went back to stay at home. I think we had one more week left before we'd have to close our doors for the foreseeable future. So the outdoor dining saved us, and it saved our staff. We were going to have to furlough everyone and close the doors. So we were very, very close.
Mo?
I think that for us, once we got to be able to open to the 50%, that kind of saved us. And then now going backwards, it's kind of getting to a point where it's not about saving the business, but saving our employees' livelihoods right now. It's like we don't want to have to let them go. And it's so sad to have to and not be able to bring them back. And so what we want to do is we want to keep them. You know, we're a family at Mosa's, and it really hurts to not be able to have all our staff come back. And with any kind of opening, even 25%, and you know, we will follow all the protocols, at least we'll be able to bring back a majority of our staff, you know.
Literally 25%. If we just got opened up to 25%, that means 6 tables inside of our restaurant. And if anyone's been in our restaurant, they know that literally that's not even 6 feet apart. That's about 40 feet apart that we could make it. I mean, we'll make it as safe as you want it to be, but just saying, okay, you can't come to work to our staff every day, it's heartbreaking. And you know, this is Guam, and we're talking about health, the health of Guam, but this is mental health. When you can't feed your families, when you can't pay your bills, that's one of the biggest stressful things that you'll ever have to deal with in your life. And a lot of people are going through that right now. And it like Sarah said, it's killing us to know that our family is going through this right now.
And I think that's what's sad, because I'm not even sure if your stories, the stories of the businesses are being heard or being shared with the decision makers. I mean, are you guys given
I don't think they are.
any sort of opportunity at all? I mean, we do have the economic advisory panel. I mean, do you guys communicate with them? I'm just wondering why we're not. I don't know. Just
Me and Sarah aren't on the advisory panel. There is an advisory panel for restaurants and bars, and they have been advising to open up slowly. You know, nobody wants to get people sick, and we don't. That's the last thing we're trying to do. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are saying, you know, we're being stingy or we're being whatever, but it has nothing to do with that. We just want our employees to have a job, to eat, to be able to pay their bills, to be able to feed their families. That's it. And we'll be as safe as possible about it. And before this, you know, me and Sarah, we didn't really want to go out and do any, you know, like rallying and stuff like that, because we have got a lot of help from the government and we appreciate it very much. But the bottom line is things have to be equal. And right now we just don't feel like it's equal.
Fair. Yeah.
It makes no sense that we couldn't open up to 25% when that's literally 6 tables in our restaurant. I don't see how that's any safer than going into Home Depot with 200 people walking around, or getting a massage, or, you know, and same as bars. The bars, like outside seating, why can't bars have outside seating right now? But they're not even able to open up, period. Boat businesses aren't able to operate. That's outdoors in the sun. And it's like, we're not asking for any special treatment. We just want everything to be equal and fair.
Well, I guess then what are you going to do if this goes on another week? We're in PCOR 1. We don't know how much longer. It was never expressed to the media, and there hasn't been any press conferences either.
Yeah,
so
that's another thing that really is sad, that we just don't know from week to week, you know? We don't know what to tell the employees that we had to furlough. Like, oh, maybe we can put you on the schedule. But, you know, as far as our plan is just, like we said, we got to adapt and adjust, and we're going to try to like do the process of doing the parking lot, you know, but we didn't think that this would go on forever. Like it seems like it's going on, but you know, we've been working with ABC and we're going to work with public health, and we're going to try to hopefully do an outdoor dining in our parking lot with the support of our landlords too. We have great support from them as well. But I think this process could take months. You know, we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that our governor doesn't have the consideration to keep the people of Guam posted, Masaya, at least on a weekly basis. If you're going to drop these pronouncements and these announcements from on high at Adelup, then at least come down to our level and explain these decisions, maybe explain why, you know, some things are allowed to open, some are not. Because I really feel like we in the media and you guys out there, we shouldn't be clueless about this. We should be armed with the information that we need, with, you know, the details, the facts, but not this like governing by executive order coming out in the middle of the night, and then we got to wake up at 4 a.m. and sort through all this stuff. And then when you try and get somebody on to answer questions, you get the cold shoulder. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, and I feel you. I'm not a business owner, but I'm just like, man, we're in the position where we got to relay the information out, and we can't even get an interview with the governor. I mean, it's hard enough getting public health, which, I mean, they're very accommodating, but I feel like in a pandemic, you know, if you're going to tell us PCOR 1 is perpetual and it's going to go on forever, then at least make yourself available. I mean, if it's not too much to ask, you know what I mean? Talk to these restaurants and say, here's why people can go do their nails. Here's why people can go to the gym, but they can't go dine in. But I think that this week, I mean, I just feel like we saw the pressure. Everyone's been, you know, putting a lot of pressure on, and we've seen these easing of restrictions and these openings. And I don't know, man, I feel like this week's you guys' week. I mean, what else is there left to open, really? Really?
Yeah, I really hope so, but you know, I hope in the future, if it does have to go backwards again, like say we do get shut down again after we open up because the cases spike, at least follow the same protocol so we know what to do, so we know how to how to go about protecting ourselves, like for the outdoor parking lot. Like they didn't do that the first time around. If they would have done that the first time around, all these restaurants that don't have outdoor seating could already have applied for it and planned for it.
Yeah.
But now it's like it's pretty much going to be over with by the time we get it approved. So it defeats the
cancel it.
purpose.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely feel your
And you know what?
frustration. Go ahead.
Anna.
Sorry, if we are going to continue with this outdoor dining, there should be some support from the agencies, public health, fire, ABC. I mean, again, it took me battling for months, it felt like. I think it was about 7 weeks that it took to get everything done. I had to meet with the board several times. There should be some sort of way to make it easier for businesses. So if we do get shut down one more week, hey, here's what you need to do. Here are the steps. Let's approve you within a couple of days so you can bring those people back. I feel like there should be some help and assistance. Many places stateside are getting grants. Towns are giving grants to small businesses to buy furniture to put outside and waiving fees for this process. And we have seen zero support from our government and the government agencies.
Good points. Want to thank you, Mo and Sarah, for coming on. And Anna, thank you guys so much. But I really feel, like I said, there's nothing. I mean, they're probably going to let you guys do something this week.
We will.
Thank you guys for having us on. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you, guys.
Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thanks for getting up early, Mo. Yeah, this is early for some people. Thank you, guys. All right, ladies.
Very early.
Yes. Okay. Bye, Anna. Okay. We're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam.
Man, it is so heartbreaking. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
The part that gets me, Bree, it's like, if you're the governor of Guam and you're going to come and make these, like I said, these announcements and these pronouncements, and where's the follow-up? Where is the follow-up? Really? To me, that's just the most egregious thing in all of this is that, you go way back containing COVID, the first lockdown, we had the weekly press conferences, and then they stretched to every other week. And then it was like, oh, when the governor's in a good mood. And now it's like we get nothing. Nothing.
Yeah,
exactly.
Did I say it right?
You did. It's 8 o'clock. Okay, we're going to go to the back into the KUAM News Zoom room. Here's what the rest of the show is lining up to look like. We've got a lady who is stuck in quarantine. Yes, another quarantine chronicle. And we'll get her story on as apparently they were here to help somebody who there was a death. And anyway, their hardship exemption was denied, I guess, because they don't have an imaginary farm. So we'll follow up on that. But before we get there, let's do this with Tom Nadeau from the Division of Environmental Health. I know your ears were burning, Tom, when they were talking about all the times they got inspected over there at Carabao and Moses. So welcome to the show. Good morning again, Tom.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Let's just jump right into it and tell us, as we saw more businesses being allowed to open and the easing restrictions, I guess it started a few weeks ago. What has your division at Environmental Health been up to? Been pretty busy, right?
Yes. So since the declaration of emergency, a lot of our efforts and focus, our resources has been directed toward to ensuring compliance with the executive order or the guidance document that have been issued by the department. So we've been quite busy. And to answer your question, you're right. Our inspection numbers have increased because, as I mentioned before, majority of our resources have now been focused on response to the pandemic. Granted, we have some other environmental health activities that's still going, but generally, our focus has been the pandemic, and rightfully so.
Mm-hmm. And so, having said that, and how the Division of Environmental Health has ramped up its inspections for COVID-19 and also still doing the sanitary inspections, are you finding a lot of businesses, restaurants not following guidelines for COVID?
That's an
that would
interesting
support
question,
the continued closure of, like, for example, dine-in?
Well, First, let me respond to your original question in terms of the our findings of our inspection. So you're correct. We've been doing sanitation inspections as well as the enforcement for compliance for the executive order. And when we first started the inspections for like restaurants or bars or other eating drinking facilities, we found out in terms of sanitation, the compliance has been better, and we believe it's because the focus has been at the time on the takeout and the drive-throughs and not the dine-in. So I think that a lot of the focus was placed on that, which allowed them to increase their sanitation. In terms of your second question, as to have we seen any changes into compliance? Was that the question, Sabrina?
Right. Have you seen it based on your inspections? Does the data support the continued closure, for example, of dine-in at restaurants?
Right, sure. The decisions of closures and openings, restrictions, and allowances, that's based on the medical component of it. We participate in providing technical assistance and, of course, the enforcement. So I would have to defer that to our colleagues of the medical side of public health to possibly answer that. But we do provide them our daily documents, our findings. So we do provide that to them.
So, but are you seeing any violations at all, like major violations, when you do the COVID inspections?
Sure, right. So it's not uncommon to find non-compliance. That could be anything from not having a plan to not maintaining social distance. We give them citations, and overall, there've been more compliance than non-compliance. But all it takes is one event or one individual who break that the requirements to possibly cause an outbreak. So whether it's several, few, we take all non-compliance seriously and handle accordingly.
Tom, can you give us a little more detail on some of the infractions and violations you guys are seeing with this current lockdown and the outdoor dining specifically?
Right. So I had a feeling you'd ask that, Chris.
Yeah.
So we do compile data, and I have it in front of me, but this is only up till the 20th of September. So I don't quite have the data for the recent easement of the restrictions. So, but I can say since March when this started until toward the end of September, we visited over 3,000 establishments. Now, that doesn't equate to 3,000 inspections because some were either closed or they were in compliance. So of the close to 3,500, around 70%, there were health regulated establishments, meaning those that we normally regulate with those because they have a sanitary permit, and the remaining 1,000 or so were non-health regulated establishments, those that do not have a sanitary permit. So of that total number, we actually conducted 1,260 inspections, both health regulated and non-health regulated, for both sanitation and COVID. And most of the violations, and this was shared with you before, was had to do with not having a plan in place, as well as other things like not maintaining social distancing or having a plan for frequent cleaning for high-touch surfaces. So we do come across violations, but a lot of them are actually corrected on site, except those that they couldn't, like not having a plan. So they need to submit that as soon as they create one, and we do follow up.
I thought businesses had to submit plans to public health.
Absolutely. They're supposed to submit to us in advance. So there are times when we go up and they don't have one, or if they do have one, they may have not submitted to public health, or they just have yet to create one, but they are actually implementing the policy, but may not be written.
So
Depends
Tom,
on the situation.
if the governor says, for example, tattoo parlors or hair and nails allowed to open, that's not good enough. They still have to submit their plan to public health.
Right, and that serves one for us. For example, what we do is prior to we do our inspections, we review the plan, so we have an idea, familiarize ourselves with their SOP, if you will. Ensure they follow it, and if there's any deficiencies, we point that out. So it's kind of part education, part enforcement, but 100% seeking compliance.
You said before you do your inspections, you review their plans?
Yes.
So
now,
then when you...
we've received... I'm sorry, go ahead,
I
Sabrina.
was going to say, so then when you go there and you find they don't have a plan, I'm confused.
Right, so we cite them. It's a progressive enforcement. Just because they're in violation of one or two requirement doesn't mean that leads to automatic closure or suspension. There's a process in place, and it depends on whether there are health-regulated establishments or there are non-health-regulated establishments. So depending on the situation, but it's a progressive enforcement.
No, I mean, like, so you get their plan. You said you look at their plan before you go out and do the inspection, and then when you get there, you cite them for not having a plan.
That's correct.
Is it a different plan from the plan that they submitted that you reviewed before you went and did the inspection?
Well, that's the thing we also look for. It's possible they may have not followed a plan, or they improved upon the plan and just didn't submit an updated one. But ultimately, when we're there, is we want to ensure that they do comply. And if they need to update or revise their plan, then of course we encourage them to do so.
Right, because anecdotally, we've heard stories about businesses, classifications of businesses that were given the blessing to open by the governor, and then, talking 3-4 days later with a friend, oh yeah, we were waiting for our plan to get approved. So on that note, daycares, right? They're allowed to open today. Are daycares opening, or are they still submitting the plans? Or are there plans they submitted before good for this opening?
Okay, so we're not requiring that they get our approval prior to opening. We just simply request that they submit their plan, because we will look at them as we do the inspections. If they were to wait for a response, it may be a while because, it takes some time to review these plans, and it's not our point to delay their opening. The governor issued an executive order allowing them to operate. We simply ask them to prepare a plan, submit to us, and we'll review them as we inspect them. But, there is a guidance in place as to what needs to be in place for these plans. But definitely we're not asking them to wait for approval, because that may take some time, and it's our plan to delay their operation.
Right, so the Division of Environmental Health, you guys are really frontline, and your responsibilities, it seems, have doubled, because you're not only doing the sanitary inspections, you're now doing these COVID inspections. How many, inspectors do you guys currently have?
Right, so on any given day, we have up to 8 field personnel to conduct compliance inspections or enforcement of the COVID. But that could be reduced down to 2, depending on the priority for the day. Like I said, we still do other COVID-related activities, like when we respond to COVID-related consumer commodities that are detained by customs at ports of entry. We have to respond to that and to go through the procedure for that. And there are other environmental health activities that we've been recently opening as well, like our issuance of health certificates and sanitary permits. Right. And don't forget, we've had another outbreak last year, and that was the dengue. So our mosquito program, when necessary, they do respond, and that's kind of a semi-active program as well. So we have implemented what's called a COOP plan, which is the continuity of operation, where we focus on truly high critical programs in environmental health, and allow those programs to operate, whether in fully state or semi-state.
So 2 to 8 inspectors, you said, within the
Yes.
Division of Environmental Health to go out and about and inspect all of these different facilities, businesses, restaurants on Guam?
Correct.
Wow.
So, and I mentioned this as well, that we truly do appreciate and rely on the public to keep us informed. If they see violation, we ask them to report to us, and we are out in the field every day, every night, 7 days a week. So we're out there the whole day, every day, essentially, just about, to help respond to these complaints as well as our priorities for the day.
Did you guys inspect any churches over the weekend?
No, we have not. We're focused on the complaints that we've been receiving, as well as the most recently opened facilities like the cosmetic establishments.
And so you inspected some, hair salons, nail salons. What did you find?
Actually, we did. And it was commented during your earlier conversation you had. The executive order did come out, as I recall, Thursday or Friday, and our guidance didn't come out until sometime later. So there's some time for transition period, which businesses, I understand, will take some time to comply. And I think the one thing that we come across was in terms of cosmetic establishment, was the additional measure that we required them to implement, which was the face shield in addition to the mask. So I think that was one thing that we come across, and we work with our people that we regulate. So we either tell them to either find the face shield, or allow the temporary close until they can get one, then try to open them up as soon as possible. So we do our best to be accommodating because we do understand the challenges this is imposing to everyone.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, I was going to say, how fair is that, though, for the governor to make the announcement that, okay, so you guys can open, and then you don't, say businesses are preparing to open, and then all of a sudden public health issues their guidance like a couple days later, and it's, oh, you can open, but you have to follow these guidelines, right? So why aren't the guidelines coming out before the announcement that they can open, so these businesses know what exactly to do before they open? Reopen.
I don't wish to comment on behalf of the governor's office. Or,
no, but you see what I'm saying, though? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? It just seems like it would make more sense to have the guidelines out.
So you guys follow the EOs. It's not like there's any kind of concerted, hey, this is what I'm going to do. What's the guidance going to be? It's more like, oh, then EO came out. Oh, we better get some guidance.
You know what I mean?
No, we're given advance notice as to the general opening, what's going to happen, but it's the detail that could be a challenge. And for example, this recent one that we issued in 2020-041, this is not just the simple work of Division of Environmental Health. This is almost the entire department. We had to go through this carefully, the first draft and the final draft, to ensure it met everyone's expectations, and not just the environmental component, but the medical component. So it does take time. In fact, I believe this is completed like midnight the day before. And granted, it took a while to get it out, but it took a while to review it as well and prepare it. So it's been a challenge for all around, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you do understand where businesses might be coming from when they're like, well, we can open, and they prepare to open, but then guidelines come out X amount of days later, and then it turns out, well, maybe we can't open because these guidelines are so strict that we can't meet them. So I'm just wondering, is public health going to, maybe change this or have any conversations like, hey, Gov, can we get the guidelines done first? So these businesses aren't left hoping that, oh, we can open, and then it turns out 2 days later, oh, damn, we didn't meet these guidelines, these new revised guidelines.
Yeah.
It just kind of makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Fair question.
Maybe
That's
doesn't.
a fair question. And I can only respond to our Division of Environmental Health. As soon as we're notified, we start the draft, the technical component of it, and prepare the original draft, send it out for review, then review and finalize it. And we try to get this out as soon as possible. And we really do mean that. We work on this sometimes the entire day to ensure that the expectations of the executive orders, the requirements, the mandates are reflective. Our guidance documents reflect the executive order.
Tom, we know you guys are working hard.
Yeah, I know. I feel for you.
But what are you going to do, though? You said only 2 to 8 inspectors, on any given day. Are you guys going to get any more? You guys going to hire?
Well, yes. We just lost one to resignation, which is unfortunate. She was one of our senior staff. She actually got picked up by U.S. Food and Drug Administration, so she went to greener pastures.
Damn feds!
She went to the feds.
You didn't match her salary? Oh, girl, what? We got that. All right.
No, it's a terrible loss for us, but we wish her the best. We really do. In fact, anything, I think it's a reflection of our staff for FDA to actively seek out one of our staff and to recruit.
That's a positive way to look at it.
Good spin there. You need to transfer to Adeloop.
I think we contributed to a success in that regard. So Guam has much to be proud. We have one of our staff who's now part of the FDA team doing exactly what we're doing on a federal level.
Nice.
For food safety.
Tom, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. No, finish. Sorry.
We had a recruitment for 4 vacant positions. And so we just finished the interview process. So hopefully we'll be able to fill all 4 positions pretty soon.
Tom, just going back to the cosmetic establishments, you mentioned mask and face shield. Who wears the mask and the face shield? It's the attendant? Yeah, okay. Just so the public knows, I feel like we really try and get the guidance out there and how it's supposed to be. But it's an avalanche of information. So I just want our people to know, like, when they go get their hair or their nails did, that they go in with a baseline understanding of what these businesses are supposed to be doing so that they can observe and say, okay, well, hey, you're supposed to be doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. The way the executive order and also the guidance document that supplements that is that the person who actually is working on you, if you will, cutting your hair, if you will, that person must be wearing a mask and a face shield as an extra precaution.
All right. Well, thanks, Tom. Any parting words of advice to businesses out there or the community?
Basically, the message that we've been sending out to everyone is that this is a community effort. It's not just a public health issue. It takes everyone's effort, especially the people, to practice social distancing, to wear the mask, and don't go out unless you absolutely need to. And if you do go out, take necessary precautions and follow all the guidelines that we issue and the recommendation that we provide.
And where do people call to report something they see is not in line with COVID guidelines?
Yes, there are two ways. They can contact by phone, which is 300-9579, or through email, dphss-deh@dphss.guam.gov. And that's also in our guidance document as well, our email and our contact number.
Tom, a lot of these, with the churches or the businesses that come on the link, they are kind of saying a lot of the same things nowadays in that, we went through the first lockdown. We've learned so much about the virus in the last, 7 months. And so they say this and they couple it with this idea that, we know what to do to keep each other safe. So just to appease or not appease the public, when you guys and your team go out there and you're inspecting what's currently open now, is it safe? Are the businesses for the most part and the employees following those protocols that we need to follow to make sure people don't catch this virus?
So the question, is it safe? I believe that's a question we need to ask ourselves individually. Everything is relative. There's nothing absolute. So I guess you have to ask yourself, well, where am I going? What am I going to be doing? When I'm there, is it safe to participate in the activity, or whether it be getting a haircut or whatever, or go shopping? What we do at Public Health is we provide restrictions, guidance to help individuals make that decision. So I think a lot of them is a personal decision, but at the same time, it's a collective decision. As I mentioned, it's a community effort. We need everyone's participation, everyone's involvement, and everyone's adherence to the guidance and executive order to protect the entire island of Guam.
Tom, before we let you go, we had a comment here from one of our people online, and hopefully you can provide clarification on whether businesses can open outdoor dining without a special outdoor license.
Well, first, they have to be in the right category. When I say that, the sanitary permit we issue is based on, because keep this in mind, it works in tandem. The requirements of the Guam Food Code, which is our safety code, the provision in there that applies directly to COVID mitigation, everything from hand hygiene to cleaning and disinfecting or sanitizing. So they go hand in hand. So if you have a sanitary permit to operate as a eating, drinking, and it's for dining out, you have to have the right category. In this case, for example, you cannot be a bar and have dining outside, because first, that's not your category, and your specialty or priority or focus is not serving food, it's alcohol. Right now, it's to dine outside. So if you're a restaurant, you may do so. Is there special requirements or license? As long as they meet the food code and our general guidance, I don't see us enforcing. I can't speak for other agencies. I'm just speaking for public health, environmental health, we just want to ensure that they comply with our current requirements. And if they wish to have outdoor dinings, of course, we encourage that. If they decide to rent or lease property nearby and expand their operation, I don't see why we would prohibit that, provided they also meet, like I said, our food code requirements and they meet the category.
Okay, so for restaurants, if they want to pivot to comply with these guidelines, they can open outdoor dining
without a license to do so for
No,
outdoor
as long as they
dining.
meet our, correct.
Okay.
At least with us, as
Okay.
long as they meet our requirements, they're good.
Right.
Okay.
That's interesting, Tom, because you see a lot of these businesses. Like I thought some businesses were just bars, and now it's like, oh no, we're a restaurant. So it's interesting to see how people pivot and try and work around all these different restrictions.
Right. So you have to be like it's in the right category. You can't be a bar and transition into a restaurant because when you obtain your scientific permit, you were not permitted as a restaurant because you did not meet all the requirements. You're operating as a bar.
Right.
Now, a lot of them probably can
Right.
if they transition, but the way the facility's set up or they're focused may not be conducive for serving food, and that can be a challenge in terms of food safety. So that's where we come in and issue the right permit.
I think what we're going to see in the near future is a lot of these places that were just strictly bars are going to start up in their food game. You know, like places like, I guess, Horse and Cow, right, is one where they serve food and they're a bar, but they're serving food.
As long as they meet our requirements, that should not be a problem.
Right
You
on.
do have to meet requirements.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Not at all. Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
guys. Be safe.
Yeah, you too.
You too.
Wash your hands.
I sure will.
I know.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, wrong guy to say wash your hands.
I
to,
know.
right? He's like, yeah, I was washing him the whole interview.
I'm on it.
8:24. We'll take a short break, and we're back with more of The Link on the Breeze. 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with a Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOAM News, Uno Instagram, or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of 10 pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live, feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9, proudly brought to you by Carrier, ITD, and Cabo Enterprises. It's Monday. Monday, whoa! Yeah, 8:31, the 5th of October. People wondering about dine-in, restaurants. I'm thinking about Halloween. 8:31 now. The numbers reported over the weekend, we saw 82 positive cases out of 638 total tests. This was released on Saturday from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Test positivity rate, that's pretty up there, Jay. I don't want to bust out my remedial high school math, but if you could, what is that?
That's around like 12.6, 12.8%.
Right on. See, he even got the point, right? Yeah. He's like 0.6. And then we also saw our 52nd COVID-19 related death reported yesterday. Thanks, Jay. And now let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have standing by from the Guam Education Board. He's the vice chair who oversees finances for the department. Vice Chair Mark Mendiola. Good morning, Vice.
Hey, Hafidi. Good morning, Bree, Jace, Chris, Hafidi.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. So you had a big meeting on Friday. Can you kind of unpack what took place during that meeting?
Yeah, so we had a special board meeting, and basically in our special board meetings, we discussed, specifically what's on the agenda. And that one was a resolution 2020-08, which is relative to approving the corrective financial recovery plan prepared in response to Code C Watch. Basically, this is the Educational Financial Supervisory Commission. This group was started in the 30th Guam Legislature many years ago, and it was basically in response to the high-risk designation, but also to allow the government. There's committee members in there that meet. We have folks from the Department of Administration. You have the OPA, Office of Finance and Budget, led from the legislature. And basically, I think it was Speaker Ben Pangilinan at the time that crafted this legislation to basically put everybody in the room and say, hey, okay, if there's a financial situation that comes up, we don't get the finances, our allotments and things of that nature, we should be able to catch it. And, all these brain power in the room should be able to figure out how to, make ends meet. And so that's so the 30th Guam legislature. And, it goes to the board, basically, whatever this committee approves, or there's different code watches that's put out there. And so, of course, B and C, a code C watch basically means that there's financial distress in some areas. And so the AFC just finally submitted a report to us that a couple months ago, there was a financial distress in some areas. And of course, we know when this thing happens because of the cash flow. But I got to say that the administration has been pretty much gave us our allotments with the exception of the limited gaming fund. There was a shortfall in that area. But that's what the board was discussing. And then the board also kind of had a little discussion regarding, whether or not this supervisory committee is still needed for the Department of Education. I think that's some of the things that we wanted to have at this discussion was, this was kind of like in response to the high-risk status that was put on by the federal government. Mm-hmm. And we've made significant strides in trying to release ourselves from that third-party fiduciary. Mm-hmm. And we've testified and we've actually asked that, that this commission no longer be a, have that type of oversight over Department of Education, because it solely lies really with the board. And so we determined that there was two issues that, and we requested for an Attorney General's opinion on whether or not there's overlapping duties and responsibilities, because the EFC also has other responsibilities other than issuing Code C watches, but it also gives them some oversight of reviewing contract, things of that nature, where if you look at the 17 GCA, the Guam Code annotated, it basically authorizes the board to develop and implement the budget and to monitor it. And so since we've been going through this process, what we've done, with the shortfall of $208 million for this next fiscal year, my committee will be meeting every month to basically track and monitor the finances and the cash flow of the Department of Education. So in a nutshell, that was what the meeting was about. And we requested that, the legislature look into this law again and see whether or not the Department of Education really needs this supervisory commission to oversee the finances of the Department of Education. I gotta say, though, Bree, that we've actually had clean audits for the past 6 years in a row. The question costs have been, on any issue that we had many years ago is no longer there, and I think that just goes to show the providing stability within the Department of Education, and also providing the financial position. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the key. It's just managing the cash flow within government. And so now that we know what the $208 million that's coming through, of course, we're going to really struggle, folks. And I think that's the reason why the board is going to really put its attention and focus on what we need to do to make ends meet with this financial budget that was given to us by the legislature.
Okay, so just to summarize what you said, so the board met last week, Friday, and I want to say even a day before that, board members had discussed this Education Financial Supervisory Commission, which was created, I want to say, in 2010, when GDOE or GPSS, whatever it was called at the time, was designated for high risk, right, grantee status. And so through the years, 10 years later, the Guam Department of Education is on the brink, hopefully by January, to come off this high-risk status. And so in between this time, GDOE has made all these strides to come off this high-risk grantee status. And so you're saying that the EFSC, the Education Financial Supervisory Commission, may no longer be needed, because that was the sole reason why it was created in the first place to get GDOE back in the graces of the federal government?
Yeah, it was kind of in response to that. I don't know. I read the enabling legislation, but it clearly says that. I think what's interesting to note, of course, back in those days, even like the OPA's office, right? We have so much oversight right now that if there's any financial trouble within the Department of Education, I mean, the OPA and the folks, they'll pick up on it pretty quick. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so having this extra, I call it bureaucratic oversight, really. Some people say, hey, well, that's the reason why it worked, and that's the reason why the department hasn't had, these financial, crises and stuff like that. But every year we get shorted of funding, but we just have to make it work, and we try to figure that out. But, the superintendent and his team, our budget team, really just manage, with the resources coming through. But I got to say this, though, this is a tremendous amount of work, internally, and we don't have a large agency or division that we used to have, and so of course it's challenging on our team when you have to provide that support to the board and then also provide that same report to or support to the EFSC. And so even the OPA through the representative, I think Mr. Dueñas testified that that in one of our meetings with Senator Nelson that the OPA wants to be relieved of this because they feel that they have some conflicts in there. But also, it's just getting all these people in the room. But, there's nothing preventing us from doing that, without a law, should something come up, But I just think at the time, the Speaker Ben, I think in his wisdom, wanted to put everybody in the room and force people to come together. But, when you say we're in it together, we're working together, I guess, then you don't really need it, right?
Mark, you guys, you mentioned this Code C watch that was issued by this commission. For what period of time was this? Because I'm looking at this letter sent over to Maria Gutierrez, the chairperson of the Guam Education Board, and it was dated for September 21st. And it goes through this long history of warnings and watches, but it also says that these reports were delayed. So that's why I'm wondering when was this Code C designated? For what time period?
Yeah, you're looking at about October of last year, 2019, and then in February 1st, and then December, and then all the way up into the month of February. And so, what they do is they break down, and then the superintendent's supposed to provide a financial recovery plan. And so he did, and that's the reason why. So we're just memorializing it because a lot of stuff, we can't stop and wait for these folks to kind of, come. Sometimes it's difficult for them to meet, especially with everything that has been going on. But, they provided that to us. You're absolutely right. It came to us a couple of weeks ago. And the board took immediate action. The chairwoman of the board called for, asked me to hold a work session where we have new board members. So they afforded the opportunity for those guys to be brought up to speed as to what this supervisory commission is about. And then we had the discussion as to what, they wanted the board to do. So we basically memorialized the actions that the superintendent already took. But we were also, our budget and finance committee meeting, before every board meeting, we meet and we discuss these financial situations. See, so that's the reason why we kind of already understood that, the department was taking care of these situations as they came up since October of last year. And so fast forward to today, they finally gave us an updated report. It was very lengthy. It's a 54-page document that basically had laid out all the plans the superintendent put together and how they corrected the situation. So of course, we got to report this out, reporting to the legislature that all these things were done. And so that's where we're at with that. It's just the reporting requirements now.
So just to clarify, the Guam Education Board is responding to findings of this Education Supervisory Financial Commission that were found almost a year ago, and yet it's their responsibility to oversee the finances of the Guam Education Board and GDOE? I'm just trying to understand. Is that right?
Yeah, they're supposed to meet. I don't know when they're scheduled to meet and stuff like that, but I do know that since I've come on board, is they meet, they provide us code watches, and they let us know like, hey, there's a potential situation, that could be, financial situation that everybody needs to draw their attention to this. But you're right. It took them quite some time to get it. And that's the reason why we're like, okay, we did all the corrections. We did everything that we're supposed to do. We went through an audit. We did all that wonderful stuff. And then here we are. We still have a supervisory commission that's gonna, but I'm pretty sure if you ask some of the committee members, they may not be, some of these folks think there's a tremendous amount of things to do. And they think that this may be another bureaucratic process that is already being done by the board, and so that's the reason why we're taking that position,
Okay.
And so we basically ratified what we've done already, what the superintendent has been charged by the board, which is basically to manage the financials within the Department of Education. And so that's the reason why we're making that push,
Okay.
But you hit it right in the head, Bree. It's that, it took a long time for them to provide this to us, and now that it's come before us, we just have to address it. I'm not knocking the work that the folks in the committee are doing. I think it's important work, but at the same time, too, is it necessary? Maybe in in the 30th Guam legislature, maybe that was necessary, but because of the financial conditions that we were in back in the day. But I can say that, we got a set of eyes, and the board, the whole group is looking at the finances of our department at this point. And so, with technology and with everything that we have today, everybody's going to be looking at things when we go into financial distress and ask us, what are we going to do about it? Well, we try to prevent that, of course, but then we also look at these contingency plans. And I think that's what we have in the leadership of the department. We also have an internal audit office. We have Frank Cooperners, who actually did the presentation. And so you have an internal audit office that also should be able to give us guidance and advice if there's any issues, that comes up with our finances. We got the Deputy of Finance, Ms. Dr. Zenny Nace. And so, of course, our goal really is just to monitor and make sure that we pay our bills and that we make sure that we take care of our people.
You guys have a virtual information briefing today, right?
Yes, we do have an information briefing. That's something we're definitely going to bring up with them. We definitely want to have our when we go to the legislature, I think we're probably one of the most busiest departments within the government that gets to go down to the legislature, and they always ask us for information. Hopefully it helps them to craft, sound policy, right? Policy because of the information that we're providing to these folks. And this was brought to the legislature, the EFC, that potentially we may not, we would like to see this probably either repealed or amended to reflect, clearly the delineation of roles between the EFC and the Guam Education Board. Mm-hmm. And so I'm definitely going to bring that up today. And then the other one too is we're also going to let them know that, there's going to be issues on the high risk status, on the finances of the department. We really need that supplemental budget to come through. I'm concerned, for my part, is the maintenance of effort requirement that allows 3 years of the average 3 years of the previous budgets, so that we can have access to the federal funds and federal dollars that is necessary to help us carry out our mission in providing education, public education.
All right. Good luck, Mark, today.
I know, right?
I don't know why that's funny, but one day.
I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys allowing us to put this out there, because I think the more the community knows about what's going on with the Department of Education, there'll be no surprises. We've been telling them, we've been warning folks, saying, hey, there's an impending storm coming, a financial storm that could potentially really jeopardize or hurt the Department of Education's mission. And that's to provide a quality education to our island community, our public school kids. And we're doing our best pivoting with the COVID and, just trying to adjust. I know there's a lot of anxiety out there. My wife's a teacher. Like I said, my kids, I keep reminding people that because I live it every day. This morning, I had to get up early, get them prepared for their lessons. And of course, I tell everybody I'm the vice principal of discipline at
Mendiola Middle School.
Yeah. So I have carpentry, I have all these different things, but I just hope our community understands and that we're better for this. We got to come together as a group and figure out a way to make this thing work.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. God
All
bless.
right. Stay safe.
Okay. Keep smiling, bro. 8:47. Let's keep it going in the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have the executive director of the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority, Ray Tapasnia. Good morning, Ray.
Good morning, Chris. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. Good to see you. I guess we took a little bit of a cooling down period because, man, you were just all over the headlines last.
Ay, ay, ay.
I guess first off,
not by choice.
Are you getting a raise?
Well, that's entirely up to the board. The board ratified a salary increment tied to my performance evaluation. I believe there's a board meeting this Friday. Yeah, there is a board meeting this Friday, and it's entirely up to the board. They fully conform to GURA's personnel rules and regs. A lot of concerns were raised by the Guam legislature, by the OPA, but the board did what it was legally bound to do. So that's all I can say about that.
So we just got to wait and see Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't vote. I'm not on the board.
Right. But I remember when the revelation came out that they'd ratified it, that you had come out and said, oh, the timing isn't right. Everybody came out. And so we can't definitively say if that raise has been tabled. I know it hasn't officially, but, just wondering.
Well, in all fairness to GURA, the board, the 100+ employees that work here, our total operating budget personnel costs is about 6.6%. You're not going to find that anywhere in GovGuam. So to cry wolf or cry foul that some of us may make a little bit too much money, yet our personnel costs amount to 6.6% versus some autonomous agencies that are up in the 69, 75% or higher. I'm not going to throw the other agencies under the bus. I'm just saying we operate very lean. In totality, I sign off on about $112 million worth of federal contracts, and with a staff of about 102 employees. So it is what it is.
Nice.
And there's a lot of discussion or a lot of comparison about why should you get this. Why should you get a high salary? What about the custodian or the janitor? There's and the OPA even said that we're not certified technical professionals, but rather just political appointees. What I think people are missing out there is there are personal liabilities for taking the helm at the housing authority. I have to sign off on documents totaling $114 million. So, if I make a mistake, I'm going to be held to account. I could be charged like the previous executive director who pled guilty.
Right.
So it's not just a matter of, to suggest that the governors, because there's a vetting process that the ADALU went through to hire people at all the respective agencies, particularly the key ones like GURA and the airport and the port. And to suggest that none of us are qualified, that we're just political hacks is really unfortunate that anyone would make that suggestion, because the bottom line is we're responsible for, hundreds of millions of dollars, in my particular case, in federal grants. So if I'm signing off on things that are not proper or inappropriate, then the feds are going to hold me to account like they did the previous administration. So
sounds like you still got a lot of fight in you left on this one, Ray.
No, as long as the board is satisfied with the work I do, as long as the federal authorities, HUD is satisfied with the work I do, the employees that work here, and the families that we serve, it really doesn't matter what people say or what our elected officials say. If it's just personal attacks, I'm not going to even respond to those personal attacks. I'm not going to dignify that with a response. I'll just say, for the record, I've not lied. I have no reason to lie. I'm not running for re-election. And everything I said, and I did a presentation to the legislature. We had a roundtable meeting last week that took 3 hours and 5 minutes, and I did a PowerPoint presentation, and I just laid out all the facts.
Oh yeah. Let me just tell you, I had a bone to pick with your PowerPoint presentation because you repeatedly have said that there was misinformation in the media, but I was like, don't shoot the messenger, because what you said was misinformation was merely quotes from the public auditor. So I wasn't sure if you just were throwing out the baby with the bathwater, or you were trying to specifically target KUAM because we kind of did the stories on it. But I'm sure I'm sure you know that we were just relaying the message that BJ had gotten. So I kind of didn't appreciate that.
Well, actually, Chris, I have to commend Jason. Actually, zoomed into our board meeting and actually did a fair story of GURA. So, I want to commend Jason for that. So no, it's not the media. I said statements in the media. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm attacking or I'm responding to or pointing blame at KUAM or anybody else for that matter. I'm saying some of the statements in the media are it's not even misinformation, it's disinformation, because it's intended to bring irreparable harm upon the organization. And I tell you, I'm not the one doing the work here. I'm just the captain of the ship. So when elected officials or other people point blame at the hard work the GURA employees are doing and saying that they're not doing well enough, I take offense to that, and the 102 employees that work here take offense to that, because we come to work every day, even under PCOR 1, and we try our best.
Right.
And to suggest that we're at the verge of a third-party receivership, I just saw DOE on the but prior to me, I have documents to show the complete opposite. We're not at the verge of a third-party receivership. That's more crying wolf, and there's no wolf.
Wow.
To suggest that we have a bad audit, and I have 3 certified public accountants that work here. I just made an offer Friday to a certified fraud examiner to come join our team. So I would actually have 3 CPAs, and if she takes the job, and a certified fraud examiner. So I would have 4 certified professionals on our accounting team. So to suggest that we have a bad audit when Deloitte and Touche did the audit and did a presentation to the board and said something completely opposite, again, more crying wolf. And
So you're calling BJ a liar?
no, I'm not. I'm just saying we have professionals that would suggest otherwise. There is no receivership coming down the pipe.
Ray, can we just run down I wanted to catch up with a few other issues with you before we let you go, because man's backing up here. Can you update us on the Homeless Council, Agora's role in that, and then also on upcoming Agora projects? And then I understand you have an update on this whole Section 8 thing that involved Congressman San Nicolas. So if you just run down the line, knock those out, and then we'll get you on your way.
Okay, as far as the Interagency Council on Homelessness that was reconstituted by and led by the Lieutenant Governor of Guam, and it meets weekly every Thursday at about 11. And we've done so much since we started meeting as a council. Just recently, I reported that we're in the process of providing a permanent home to 4 persons with disabilities that are currently housed at the emergency shelter, the Global Dorm Shelter in Mighty. So, the positive thing in all of this, and this is what we're really proud of, is we actually see light at the end of the tunnel. There's, I believe, 80 some individuals, some children at the shelter, but GURA's already taking the necessary steps to provide permanent homes to some of these individuals, particularly those that are a higher priority, such as families and persons with disabilities. So in the coming days, I hope even by this week, we'll be able to house as many as 4 of them. We housed another one just a week ago. But we're chipping away at the numbers. It's a lot more than, I think, than any previous administration has ever done. This is the first administration that actually put together a homeless shelter, an emergency homeless shelter, and now GURA's taking it to a different level where some of the residents at these homeless shelters will actually be provided a permanent home. When I say permanent home, either Section 8 public housing or one of our other housing programs.
Okay.
And as well, we have
go ahead.
the mortgage relief program that will be launched, I believe, this week by the Guam Housing Corp. We partnered up with Guam Housing, and that mortgage relief will see as many as, I think, 207 mortgage holders, low to moderate income, we would pay down as much as 3 months of their rent. So I mean, of their mortgages. So, you know, we're very concerned that some of the folks, after losing their jobs, may be at the verge of even losing their home simply because they're not able to make those mortgage payments, and we'll hopefully be able to help in that regard.
What about the Section 8 issue with Congressman Nicholas?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be careful what I say about that. I can just say that I referred that matter to our attorney with the instruction that based on the legal opinion from the Attorney General's office, that somebody would have to pay that back, whether it be GURA or the landlord. But someone would have to pay that back. So we're pursuing civil action on somebody in order to recover those costs so we can pay it back to HUD.
And how much are we trying to recover, Ray?
Right now, I can safely say about $83,000, but then something else has been brought to our attention, so it could be almost double that.
What was brought to your attention?
Well, I can't say right now until our attorney has done a further investigation into the matter. I can just safely say that it may be double that.
Wow.
Oh. Are you guys open real quickly? Officially?
We are not open to the public in terms of face-to-face or person-to-person, by appointment only, but we continue, our essential functions continue. We still have to pay our landlords, several hundred of them. We're still making payments to each of our tenants, utility reimbursements, and we still have to pay our employees. So that component continues as well. We respond to all emergencies at our public housing and Guma Tranquilidad, and housing 750 families plus 50 down at Guma Tranquilidad really means there's a lot of times the toilets back up or there's a plumbing problem and we have to respond. So we try and do it as safely as possible.
Okay. Thanks for the updates, Ray. Sorry, I wish we had more time, but I got to move along to this next one, and then we got our candidate segments.
Thanks,
Okay,
Ray.
you guys stay safe.
You too, Ray. Okay. Ray Taposny, Executive Director of GORA. Let's keep it going here. Give our sanitizing Duendes a little time to clean the KUAM News Zoom room. And we're bringing on Jill here, who messaged us on our KUAM News Facebook. And I just want to go ahead and read this message out before we bring him on. And coming up, our KUAM News Decision 2020 candidate interview is just minutes away. Thank you for taking time to read my story. My sister, Jamie Ellis, died suddenly on Wednesday at GRMC. A sudden illness hit her. Her COVID test came back negative. She leaves behind her husband, Preston, 3 young children. They're Guam residents. The kids attend preschool at St. John's. The remaining 2 sisters, my parents and I, flew to Guam to help Preston with memorial arrangements and to care for the children. Our request for an expedited or alternative quarantine has been denied. As of now, it looks like we'll be released from quarantine on Thursday, the day our flight returns to the States, and we won't be able to see and help Preston with the kids. We're hopeful that our story will be heard and we find help gaining exception from quarantine at this time. And so we'll bring on Jill. And Jill, are those your daughters with you?
No, these are my beautiful sisters.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Good morning, first of all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Can you just walk us through the process? So you applied for that exemption, right? What did that entail, and who did you talk to, and when did you find out that you were denied?
Yeah, so we found the heartbreaking news about our sister on Wednesday afternoon. She had passed away Wednesday evening Guam time. And within minutes, we booked our flights to Guam so we could be here to help out with the children and her husband and plans. And we knew that there was going to be a quarantine requirement with COVID restrictions. However, our brother-in-law works for government, and we were directed on applying for an exemption to not quarantine at the government facility, but rather at a residence. And so we applied for that exception to quarantine at our sister and brother-in-law's home. When we arrived at the airport on Friday evening, Guam time, we were met with co-workers of our brother-in-law who had said the governor sends her condolences, and they're working with the Department of Public Health director to expedite our request and administer COVID tests and allow us to go be with my sister's children and her husband. So we were just waiting for our COVID test, and about 48 hours into our stay here, we received word that our request had been denied, and that we would need to stay in the government quarantine facility for the 6 days, which unfortunately that day 6 is our anticipated return back to the States, when we hope to take our sister's children back with us.
What's it like to be held in quarantine at this time when your family needs you so desperately?
Yeah, I mean, if you want the definition of heart-wrenching, that's it. To be so close but unable to be there physically with them. And our sister is always going to be their mother. We're their aunts. And we want to offer what we can as aunts to love and support them, and just as our sister would have.
Were you given a reason why your request was denied? And if so, what was that reason?
Yeah, the reason they told us was that it was denied because there is no planned memorial for our sister here on Guam. So that qualified them to deny our request.
And the specific request we had was because of the hardship. And so the denial was that the hardship was denied because there's no memorial.
And you guys had your COVID test when you came in?
No.
Still waiting for a COVID test. When we landed, we were told that it would probably happen the next morning, which was Saturday morning. And we're still waiting.
Where did you guys arrive from?
I originated from Arizona and they came from Utah. And then we flew through Tokyo.
Did it say?
We're all healthy. Yeah, sorry.
When you applied for the hardship, did it say that there had to be a memorial planned?
No, that wasn't. There was no direction given to us. We took a leap of faith coming out here that there would be some compassion on these unfortunate circumstances. Our sister and her family moved to Guam in June, just this last year. So they've been here about 3 months. They don't have other family on the island. They have been loved by the community here and have support from the new friends that they've created, but they don't have family. And that's why we came to be here, to provide that family support.
Just to clarify, when you guys arrived on island, you didn't have a negative COVID-19 test from your originating place?
No, because we got the news Wednesday afternoon, and when shock happens, we left Thursday morning because our priority was to be with our sister's family. We didn't have time to get a COVID test. We understood that we could get one here once we landed. Our father flew here with us, and he had a negative COVID test on Monday because he had a minor surgery earlier in the week. So his exemption was granted, and he was released yesterday. So he's been with our brother-in-law and their children because he had a negative test prior.
Right. So what were you guys told when you said you were under the impression that when you landed, you'd be able to take a COVID test? So how did that?
When we landed, no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
When we landed, we were met by the coworkers of Preston who worked for government, and then
and Homeland Security was aware, and they told us that we would be administered a COVID test the next morning
within 12 to 24 hours. And we were also told that the results from our COVID test would be expedited to 4 to 6 hours rather than the 24-hour standard minimum time.
Do you plan on what do you plan on doing? I mean, are you just going to wait it out and then go home, or are you going to? I mean, I don't know. You could take it to
We're
court.
reaching out to as many people as we can to try and get a test, and then be granted to quarantine at her home. That would be our wish. However, if it doesn't happen, we'll change our flights and we'll stay on the island days longer and be there for those kids and do what we need to later than we had hoped.
Is there anything you'd like to say, I guess, share with the community about your sister and the type of person she was?
I mean, if there's ever a time for compassion and understanding of a situation, it's right now.
It's devastating news to lose a sister.
So unexpectedly.
And to have been so far away from her.
And to not be able to be with her children right now. It's unbearable. So we just plead for some compassion and understanding that we can have the right doors knocked and doors opened, and officials will give us a COVID test and expedite those results so we can be out of the government quarantine facility and quarantine at our sister's home.
Well, our condolences.
Yes, we're individuals where we've followed social distancing and wearing face masks through our travels. I feel that there's no threat with us, and we would, like they said, ask to quarantine in a place where we can hold the kids.
Well, our condolences again from the family here at the station, and keep us posted. I mean, your story's gone out. We'll see what happens, and our thoughts and prayers are with you.
Your help. Thank you.
Thank you,
Take
Joe.
care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
9:10. We'll take a short break. Bree?
No, like she said, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. It is. We need to get someone from public health on to talk about what is the protocol, because we just hear so many different things. I've never heard that you can come into Guam without a COVID test and they're going to test you when you arrive. It just sounds like there's a lot of different.
And the fact that it was denied because they're not having a memorial.
Right. And I think what it is like if you get a hardship exemption because you're here to attend a funeral, then there's an actual ceremony. I'm just guessing here. There's an actual ceremony that you're going to attend, right? So, I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm saying is like we hear one thing one day, see something different the next. So obviously, and we've had Dr. Ho on to talk about this protocol, and he said that they were going to place a physician on the review board that grants these exemptions. But, I mean, guys, you come into Guam, you got to have that negative COVID test. And we'll get we'll try and get Ho on tomorrow to find out what exactly is, once and for all, the protocol in black and white. How do you apply for an exemption? What are the exemptions that have been granted? Because there's been some nonsense exemptions granted. And I'm getting kind of tired of these heartbreaking stories of these people who fly into Guam, and it's like, why do they get no response, cold shoulder? I mean, it's really 9:12. Take a short break, and we're coming back with our KUAM News Decision 2020 candidate interviews. Next on The Link, it's The Breeze 93.9.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with a Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News, Uno Instagram, or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of 10 pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Heartbreaking. The 917. That's something I want to get for tomorrow's show, is find out exactly what the process is, the procedure, to getting an exemption, a hardship or otherwise, from because we know that there are certain exemptions being granted for essential medical personnel and whatnot. So that's going to be my goal for tomorrow. 9:17. Good morning. Welcome to The Link. The Breeze 93.9, proudly brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. We'll jump right into our KUAV News Decision 2020 candidate interviews, where we have in the KUAV News Zoom room incumbent Senator Kelly Marsh Titano and incumbent Senator Sabina Perez. They're both Democrats, and we have candidate and former Senator Chris Duenas on the Republican side. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're gonna go ahead and today we're gonna go ahead and just jump right into it, and we'll give you each
a minute
opening statement, and we'll go ahead and start with Senator Sabina.
Half a day, Chris and Sabrina, and to the public, Guajosi Sabina Perez, Familin Godzo, and Cabeza. I want to thank KUM for this opportunity to share my platform. The reason why I'm running for re-election is because the work towards sustainability is not yet done, and it's even more critical during this pandemic. And I'm committed to restoring the health of our community and rebuilding our economy through diversification using the experience that I've had as a freshman senator and through my diverse experience as a medical technologist, a diabetes researcher, Simon Sanchez high school teacher, and community organizer. And I bring with me with the same passion that I've done to improve the health of our community and preserve the integrity of our natural environment. I bring that same passion with this coming term to do that. And I've also managed to advocate for transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility in our government, which I will continue to do so. And this election is as critical as ever, and it's important for our people to come together to overcome the challenges that we are facing, and I'm committed to doing this work.
All right, thank you, Senator. Can we go to Senator Marsh Titano for your 1 minute opening?
Half a day, and just before I start, I'm seeing some freezing, and I'm worrying that it's my internet. I'm hoping that this goes through all right. So, half a day, Mananasizu's to Hamzu. For this upcoming term, I am running on building our future while protecting our past. We have a fiscal crisis before us. We all know that. That's very clear. Opportunity to rebuild and revision our economy on sustainable community better in the long run. And I believe that we have the skills and the local talent to get that done. This, among other bills, I have written legislation to up development plan to include principles. Your children and grandchildren deserve a Guahan that moves forward towards the future that is as special as the one that we grew up with. I research and study every bill that comes across the session floor. I have weighed out the issues, I vote my questions, and I have written laws to save lives and livelihoods.
All right, Senator Marsh, sorry, you've run out of time. We're going to move over to Senator Chris Duenas for your opening statement.
Half a day to the people of Guam. My name is Chris Duenas, candidate for senator in the 36th Guam legislature. I have served now 16 years in the past, actually, in many capacities in public service. I was first year director of Department of Youth Affairs, and then I was the director of Department of Land Management. I served in the 31st and the 32nd Guam legislature, and I also served as a special assistant to Governor Calvo, and ended my public service career as the Guam Housing Corporation president. You know, I have 18 years of private sector experience as a small businessman in management, mainly in the tourism industry. I'm running for senator because of the heart-wrenching stories that we just heard from people stuck in quarantine and policies that are crazy and gone awry. I'm running for senator because of the fact that this lockdown has not been vetted by the legislature. I actually introduced a bill proposal, and I hope these two senators today would consider introducing it, that would require the governor to come down and get legislative concurrence on continuing the lockdown after the first 30 days.
All right, thank you, Senator, so much. We'll move on to the next question. And
We're going to give you guys 2 minutes at the end of the show just to finish.
Right on. We'll go ahead and go on to the next question. What do you plan to do, if elected or re-elected, to improve the legislature's role as a check and balance on the other branches of the government of Guam? Senator Sabina?
Yes, so I have introduced a bill, Emergency Health Powers Act, which hasn't been referred yet, and I would like to continue that work to reform that law, that legislation, to ensure that procurement is not waived during this time, and so that's one way that I would like to increase transparency, in addition to other procurement reform. So conflict of interest, there are areas that I want to improve transparency when it comes to conflict of interest. And so in regards to that, that's one of the ways, some of the ways that I would like to improve transparency in our government.
Thank you,
Senator
Senator.
Duenas?
So thank you for the opportunity once again. As I was mentioning in my opening, I proposed legislation already prior to being a senator. If I'm elected in the 36th Guam legislature, I will introduce this bill. Hopefully it will be introduced before I arrive there. But that bill basically would ensure that all voices are heard, that everyone has a seat at the table when it comes to emergencies, public health emergencies, and making sure our government operates properly. On Friday, Dr. Mike Cruz was on the stand testifying, and he mentioned that it was not the Physicians Medical Group and it was not doctors who recommended this crazy quarantine that's going on, and really heart-wrenching stories of people who need to get out of there to take care of their families because someone has passed. These are the kind of things that I will do as senator. I also believe that it's extremely important to have a very vigorous debate on the budget. I was disappointed when I watched the last two budgets that have been passed in this legislature. I don't think there was enough scrutiny, and I think when it comes to our dollars and cents, we need to put a lot more pressure on the executive branch.
And Senator Taitano.
Senator Taitano.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, the internet's really freezing up a lot in the way that I'm receiving it.
If elected or re-elected, what would you do to improve the legislature's role as a check and balance on the other branches of government and the government of Guam?
Well, I absolutely believe that we need to continue the work that we're doing and find ways to strengthen it. Our oversight work is important. We need to continue having strong oversight hearings and be looking for a variety of avenues, as has been mentioned. I have worked on a bill looking at it. It gets to some of these ideas about the open government law and this transparency. And so we all need to be continuing to work at this, especially with billions of dollars in and tight budgets. This creates quite a situation that's going to require continued oversight hearings, continuing bills, some policy if that's what's needed, but certainly senators to carry out strong oversight and hold the administration, all of government to that transparency and accountability.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Just for clarification, you each will have 2 minutes to respond, so use your time wisely. I wanted to follow up on something that Senator Sabina Perez
Used to 30 seconds or 1 minute, so 2 minutes.
2 minutes for responses, yeah. So I wanted to follow up on something that Senator Sabina Perez had mentioned. The governor repeatedly has cited her, I guess you could say, her superpowers that are contained in the Emergency Health Powers Act to do all the things, right, that she's been doing. Do you think she has too much power? And do you feel the law should be amended? And if you could please explain. And we'll start with Senator Duenas.
Is that myself?
Yes. Senator.
So yes, Kristen B, that's exactly why. And I want to be a little bit more clear. I didn't realize we had 2 minutes. This bill that I have proposed, does not take away the emergency powers of the governor. It in no way strips any of the strength there. What it says is after 30 days, the governor must come down, their administration must come down and make their case for why they need to continue. When I listened to Ann and Sarah and Mo today, what it sounded to me like was their voices weren't being heard. The people of Guam speak through the legislature. That is the people's house. businesses, farmers, small business people, government people, anybody who has a grievance, they speak through the legislature. You cannot go to the governor's office and have an audience anytime you want with the governor. You have to go to the legislature because that's the people's house. So in my opinion, yes, I believe in certain instances, particularly in this instance, in the first 90 days, maybe it was completely acceptable. But I think after that, it is proven that there is too much power in this particular policy and it needs to be changed.
Thank you, Senator. We'll go with Senator Sabina.
Yes, in regards to that question, the oversight that I held it was pretty clear that you know, the procurement law was circumvented, and you know, we saw the outcome, the consequences of that, in which you know, quarantine facilities, you know, the vendors were not getting paid on time, and also you know, there wasn't any transparency into how these contracts, or actually the contracts were even actually not made during the time of you know, procurement. And so this goes to show, and also there wasn't enough, it was clear that there wasn't a need to circumvent a procurement law because emergency procurement was enough. We heard testimony from various, from the Chief Procurement Officer, from Office of Homeland Security, that they were on the verge of just getting, just taking one more step towards getting procurement. So the question is, why was there a need to circumvent the emergency procurement that was already in place? And so, you know, I think with the amount of money that we need to support our community, it's very important to increase transparency in how the money is being spent. You know, and I think we could have utilized that money more, you know, judiciously to help our community. You know, the more transparency, the less, you know, opportunities for abuse. And I think with the law, with the bill that I've introduced, it closes that gap. It closes that loophole where the procurement law can be circumvented. And I think, you know, these are issues that are going to plague us if we do not address this. And this is just one step. One step is that, you know, we have to make sure that procurement law is not circumvented. And this is for the best of the best interest of our community, especially at this critical time.
Thank you. Senator Marsh Taitano.
Okay, I didn't hear my name, but I'm going to go ahead. You know, I have been along with the other senators this term, and we have called for additional transparency. We've passed legislation calling for this, and we have felt frustrated at times, and we continue to be looking for ways that we are holding for that accountability and that transparency. There is a lot of power there. And one of the things is, you know, the person, type of person who will look at something closely, see it through. It was a lot of hard work and effort to get through with some of the oversight hearings I've had, or even getting to the point of a subpoena. But I will put myself down to it and get that work done. And we continue to need to do this. One of the things that we need to figure out is the Organic Act actually holds back the legislature in certain ways, and we need to figure out how we're going to deal with that. The Organic Act says that we have to be present, and it holds us being able to be as quick responding or be able to get together in certain ways to carry out that balance. You saw with the budget, we had to start meeting in a committee because we were in quarantine is one, but the other is we have to be physically there for session. And so with this, it's difficult to balance it out maybe in some ways as much as we would like, because if we are held up for being able to carry out certain things, to be the power that checks, as has been suggested by being the review body after the governor issues something, we we may be held up by not being able to be there. So we absolutely need to be co-equal. We absolutely need to be holding them accountable. We absolutely need to be continuing to figure out the ways to call for this, but we also need to get rid of that roadblock that says we might not be able to get there and do certain things to call them on that accountability.
Thank you, Senator. We'll move on to the next question. What is your stance on senatorial pay raises? Do you believe that senators' pay should be increased or not? And we'll start with former Senator Duenas. Go ahead.
No, Chris and Bree, I do not believe that senatorial salaries should be increased. As a matter of fact, I am an advocate for a part-time legislature. And let me tell you why. As we sit down now and we look at the executive level pay, you were just talking to Ray Tapasnik earlier, I think $160,000 he's making. And I'm sure he believes and the board believes he's worth it. And I'm sure the hundreds and thousands of millions of dollars in salaries for unclassified directors and employees in the executive branch, I'm sure those folks feel that they're worth it. I thought I was worth the money I got paid when I was in the executive branch. But in the legislature, it is such now that really, I think a full-time legislature with part-time senators, much like the CCU and a stipend, would be the better way to go. I don't think we need professional senators anymore. I think what we need people who are concerned about our community to run for office, that are going to go in there and do exactly what the legislature is supposed to do. Pass legislation, confirm appointments, and pass a budget that is sound and that is reflective of what our community can handle in terms of taxation and what we need to do for the people of Guam. So no, I am not an advocate whatsoever for any increase in senatorial salaries. And on this issue, I am a firm believer that we should go forward now and have part-time senators. I want to clarify this also, not a part-time legislature, because the legislature will be full-time. The employees and the staff and those who actually draft bills, introduce the legislation, set up for hearings, and do all of that work, I think that's the most important work that happens at the legislature. Senators will come in when they convene session and do what they need to do in terms of that. So absolutely not, no pay increases for senators.
Okay, Senator Sabina.
Yeah, absolutely not. We should not be looking at any increases. In fact, we should freeze any increases in our government, especially at this time. I think what we need to do is look towards tightening our belt, looking ways to cut government in order to leverage some of those savings to help our community who have lost their jobs and to those businesses that need our support. So yeah, this is definitely not a time. And as far as the part-time senators, I think in looking at that, I think the value of the work of the senator is much greater. And having served as a chairperson for environment, revenue, taxation, procurement, it is a full-time job. We're constantly crafting legislation, working with the agencies to figure out what is the best solution forward. It's important to have, to continue the work as a full-time senator. But absolutely no pay raises as senators for sure.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Marsh Taitano.
As has been stated, this is not the time to be considering increases in salaries for elected officials. And some of what I've been doing actually has been looking at what has been done in the past and to broaden this so that we're not just thinking about senators, but looking more government-wide. And in the past, the salaries were tied together. But right now, you have salaries that go one direction, another direction. Some might be shooting up and some might not be. But if we're tied together, I think that it's more fiscally responsible, or at least in what I've looked at thus far, because we're keeping all of us being reasonable and fiscally responsible together. And it's not one section quietly shooting off in another direction or shooting off in a third direction. So I think that this is much larger. I think that government-wide, we need to, especially at this time, to be keeping things frozen right now. We're all just trying to survive here. And like I said, I want to continue looking at the tying together of our salaries, because it's really very out there. And I think that we all need to be working together to be keeping ourselves fiscally responsible to the people.
Thank you, Senator. Next question. Could we get your response to President Trump's statement that he would not support statehood for the territories of the United States of America? And we'll start with you, former Senator Duenas.
Thank you, Chris and Bree. You know, when you look at this discussion now is happening in the larger scope of the issue of whether or not Guam and other territories like Puerto Rico and I believe District of Columbia as well. This discussion right now is happening on a political level because of the fact that the discussion is about whether or not additional senators would be in the U.S. Senate, as well as voting members of Congress. Now, I want to straight for the record, I am a proponent of statehood. My Senator Eddie Duenas, my primo, he is the chairman, and I've been well educated on the potentiality and the opportunities for statehood. But I understand in this instance where the discussion is coming from, because the discussion is more about politics and the votes that possibly could be added to the Senate and Congress, just like the discussion right now on the national level of packing the courts and other issues in the nomination of now an additional Supreme Justice. And so I think the president mentioned that not as a anything towards Guam, and to mean that the value of Guam is not there. I think it's more of a political discussion, simply because in Washington, D.C., on the side of the Democrats, they believe that they would acquire a larger majority in the Senate and in the Congress by having, because traditionally the territories have leaned voting Democrat. So I would think that President Trump would probably agree with my statement with regard to that. But I don't look at that as a slight to Guam. I look at that as...
Thank you, Senator. I'll move on to Senator Sabina. Senator Sabina, your response to President Trump's statement that he wouldn't support statehood for the territories.
Well, the right of self-determination belongs to the people who have been colonized. And so it's really up to the people, the Chamorros, to decide that, their fate. And according to the United Nations, the administering power, what their role is to ensure that political development takes place. And after 120 years under the United States, rule, we have yet to see that. So what I would like to see more is a commitment from the president to say that they're going to promote political self-determination for Guam. And I support what the people are going to say. I think his statement also points to the fact that the roads for self-determination for Guam leads to greater autonomy. And as you can see with the experience that we've had under federal laws, it's very difficult to protect our natural and cultural resources. And having worked with a organization that we worked within the framework within federal laws, and we were unable to accomplish that. So really, it's important to continue political self-development, self-determination, and to also be able to create our laws that are going to reflect the values of our community, so that we can live in the long term and sustain ourselves in the long term. So I think, having his commitment towards political self-development is much more important than his stance on which political status.
Thank you, Senator Sabina. Senator Marsh Taitano. Okay, we're letting her back in.
Did we lose connection?
Senator Sabina, can you hotspot Senator Marsh Taitano?
There she is. Okay, we got it.
Or maybe that Republican Wi-Fi is better. All right, Senator Marsh Titano, let me repeat the question. Respond to President Trump's statement that he will not support statehood for the territories.
There you go.
Okay, here you are. Okay, Senator. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Here's the question.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, can you please respond to President Trump's statement that he will not support statehood for the U.S. territories?
Well, this is writing a historical injustice. And the points that he was bringing across do not get to that historical injustice. So the historical injustice, this is something that the U.S. government, the federal government, put us on a path many years ago. And yes, it's taken some time, but even like the war claims, that has taken us some time to get resolved. But that didn't mean that their claim was any less valid. And the same for the writing that historical injustice. It doesn't make it any less valid. The U.S. federal government set us on this path, and it takes a long time. The people need to be educated, but it should be for the principle and not for the aesthetics of a flag or for whether there might be an imbalance. We're part of a federal republic. A federal republic means that there are representatives who represent your voice. If we are not part of it in a meaningful way, then we are not living up to that principle of what a federal republic or a democracy are. So I would say that we still have more work to do, but that with the three political options of statehood has one, free association and independence, we should absolutely continue to write that historical injustice and keep working towards it. And if we have to continue to convince people or help people understand, then that's what we need to do.
Thank you. I'd like to shift focus now on healthcare. And the Army Corps of Engineers in April, they issued an assessment of the Guam Memorial Hospital, basically saying that the current infrastructure is in an overall state of failure due to age, environmental exposure, lack of financial resources to support pre-planned capital infrastructure replacements, and lack of previous facilities designed to adherence to building codes. The existing facility is incapable of providing enough space to meet the long-term needs of the patient population. What are you going to do about this? We'll start with Senator Perez.
Okay, well, as you can see, our capital improvement projects have been one of the biggest challenges for government of Guam. I mean, we were unable to even get, $10 million to fix some of the roofing in the hospitals. So how are we going to get the funding for the $150 million? I think this is going to require definitely collective support from our congressperson and perhaps even looking at alternatives for public-private partnerships, with getting this hospital rebuilt. And absolutely, I agree, we need to rebuild the hospital. But finding the resources and is going to be the trick to do this. And I think, in the past, when it comes down to funding, we have to rely on perhaps public-private partnerships. I can't, we are at the ceiling, where as far as the debt ceiling goes, we cannot borrow that amount of money by government alone. So we have to look at other options. And perhaps another way is tapping into some of our federal partnerships. The VA, as you know, the veterans are having a lot of difficulty attaining much needed medical care during this time of COVID. we really need to look at how can we maybe combine the efforts of building a veterans hospital on Guam in collaboration and building the hospital for the general public at large. That's something that I would like to focus on, is how can we combine the resources to address multiple issues at one time. I think with this type of approach, I think we can achieve the rebuilding of the hospital, and we have to. There's no choice in not having to do so. So innovation is definitely important. Looking at all options, thinking outside the box. These are things that I am. These are some
Thank
of my
you,
strengths.
Senator. Thank you, Senator. Senator Duenas.
Thank you for the question. As you may remember, under the Calvo administration, with Will Castro, and I assisted in this, the HMAT team which was basically an assembly of professionals to do a review of the hospital and come up with a plan during that time. And we were working with the legislature as well. Chris and Bree, we came to the pretty much similar conclusions. And that's where the list, in fact, I believe Lillian Posadas was actually the board chair. And so she's very familiar with this as well. That's where the list of current capital improvement projects recommendations came from. And so going forward, I think now with that reinforcement from the Army Corps, first of all, we need to still do some of those repairs, because it's going to be a while before we have a new hospital. But Chris and Bree, I'm convinced we need a new hospital. And I want to look at two approaches. First of all, I think we can do a design, build, operate. And that will allow us to make sure that we can bring in the capital where we're simply paying debt service on a new hospital to be built. Much like Senator Perry was talking about, VA, yes. I'm also looking at the University of Guam. I think stateside and nationally, you see a lot of partnerships between hospitals and universities. There's a lot of reasons for that. Maybe developing faster the much needed nursing, critical care nursing that we have here, and also opportunities to use best practices. And also because of the footprint of UOG, they have a lot of valuable property up there. And I think that will also allow us to leverage Hospital Point. So we have a lot of opportunities, but I believe short term, get the capital improvement projects, the minimum done. Long term, we need a new hospital for the people of Guam.
Thanks, Senator Duenas. Senator Marsh Taitano, same question.
Yes. Well, it's true. We do need both short and long-term solutions. We had worked together, this legislature, to come up with some short-term solutions. Last budget, we set aside $10 million from the surplus funds that was supposed to go to capital improvements. And it was really disappointing that that wasn't done. But we will continue to work toward those kinds of solutions, because we need to be addressing some of it now. And some of what I've been looking at for the long-term solutions, it may be possible. There has been the idea of having more of a central area where we have mental health and wellness there, we have clinics there, and the hospital, so that it's more of a one-stop area, and we can work with the synergy between each other. So that may be the direction to go. One of the things I did was instrumental in helping get so that there would be a task force to specifically look at these ideas in a very focused way. The other part of what I've been doing is I've been looking at compact impact reimbursement. Now, it will take a while for that to get in place. We are correcting our calculation, but if we get our calculations corrected in this, and they are very pleased with the progress that we're making, if that goes forward, that has the potential for tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. That won't be maybe available in cash, but it may be available in debt relief or matching grant waivers, things like this that can be applied towards either freeing up money or using that directly as part of a program that they helped put together as a way of relieving some of what they owe us. So we just have to continue to look at every avenue possible because it's
Thanks, Senator Taitano. We ran out of time. I have a question. It kind of relates to pay, and this is something that at the beginning of this pandemic and the response, there was an issue of double pay. We haven't heard much about it. We got the AG's opinion. We heard there may have been a lawsuit filed in the district court. But be that as it may, there is legislation in the legislature regarding double pay. And this, of course, is for the frontliners, for the nurses, the firefighters, the police officers, the essential workers that have had to report to work while other GovGuam workers have gotten to stay home and telework. And so if this bill to pay double pay was on session agenda, let's say tomorrow, and Senator Duenas, you are a senator, would you support it? And please explain your answer, yes or no. Start with Senator Taitano.
Okay, so this is something that we were all and continue to be so concerned about. And we need to think about this for the long term because this isn't going to be the only pandemic we go through. We've already gone through previous ones. They just haven't been as intense. And the predictions are that these are going to happen with more frequency. So what we need to do is we need to continue hearing from legal advice before we move forward too quickly because it needs to be done well. It needs to be done in a way that can hold up in the court and a way that is fair as possible and recognizes everybody for their risks and other things as much as possible. But what really came to light was that there is a lot of disparity between different agencies and the way that these things are carried out. So we need to sit down and take a hard look at this situation for the long term. We need to figure out between the government line agencies and the autonomous entities, and we need to figure out, even within the line agencies, what is a way to create parity there, because there is too much difference in the way that people are treated and paid and recognized, and that's not right. So I think we still have work that needs to be done, but I think it absolutely needs to be done because we cannot continue to go forward with these disparities and the unequal treatments, but also just the lack of appropriate recognition. So I would say we still have some work to do to get this right for the long run.
Thanks, Senator Taitano. Senator Duenas.
So thank you for the question. You know, I believe this is exactly what the governor was trying to avoid when she introduced her executive order, which established the current compensation for those who are working that are deemed essential and those who are non-essential, and all the different specialty pays. You know, this type of a question, Chris and Bree, is exactly why I was disappointed on the first round, not the override, but the first round of budget talks, when the BBMR director and the Department of Administration director weren't present so that senators could ask questions on the overall budget, but this would probably be a specific question. As you may be aware, every bill requires a fiscal note when it has fiscal impact. I believe the governor, as well as BBMR director, has been on record saying that there is absolutely no source of funds for the double pay given the extended time. We are now in our 10th month of the declaration of emergency. So I really don't think it's economically feasible at this time. And I think that the law needs to be worked on because it didn't anticipate this pandemic or pandemics in general. I think it was more designed for typhoons and other short-term natural disasters.
And Senator Paris.
Yes, I think I would reiterate those sentiments too. I think, you know, having not looked at the bill, I think in general, I think the double pay would not be sustainable in the long term. And I think that what I believe in is a hazard pay and differential pay, and also parity within our government as far as pay goes. We see how, like Senator Marsh Taitano was saying, that there's so much differences between when you go between autonomous and line agencies, and within line agencies themselves. As we saw with GURA, you have the director making more than a lot more. I believe more than the superintendent or perhaps other directors. But I think double pay is not sustainable at this time. I am also would like to address the disparity issues as in regards to pay, and I believe we really need to implement the wage study to help kind of equalize work for effort within our government. I believe that we need to encourage merit and as well.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. Oh. Did you want to ask? Okay. Businesses have shut down. Businesses are really hurting right now. Hundreds of businesses struggling to even stay open. What will you do to help them if elected? And we'll start with Senator Duenas.
Thank you for the question. I think two things are really important when we look at tax policy. In order to bring back our tourism industry, we're going to have to look at seeing how we can help businesses get back on their feet. One thing I'm taking a look at is the possibility of tax abatements for those businesses who were devastated by this situation, that whatever improvements and mitigation efforts they put forward, not their entire taxes, but their mitigation efforts to make Guam safe so that we can bring our guests back to Guam. An opportunity for them to be able to write those costs off so that they can survive. I know this is a contentious point, and I'm not going to go back on it because I believe in it. This BPT increase right now looks like it has generated $90+ million in pulling that kind of money out of the tax stream, out of the businesses, out of the hands of our people, hard-paying tax people. It needs to be reduced back to 4%, and I don't believe it will result in any layoffs or furloughs of government employees. You cannot explain to me how you have a $30 million surplus, how you cut $50 to $60 million out of this current budget. You must have been anticipating that tax policy is going to change. We cannot have two equations that don't add up. And so the bottom line is reducing the BPT and helping businesses get back on their feet so we can get those 35,000 people back to work when this federal relief dries up, I think is the best policy going forward. And as a senator, we need to sit down and talk about this, not just once in a while. This has to be something in the next 2 budget sessions minimum that is going to be the key to what we do. Because anything else lofty that we say we're going to do is just not realistic. We need to get our economy moving again, and good tax policy is where we need to be.
Senator Paris?
Yeah, I think we shouldn't wait till the election. We need to do something now. And I think it's very important that we work towards, re-employing those people that have become unemployed or underemployed. We still have CARES money available. I think that money should definitely be used towards helping these businesses to stay afloat and even pivot to new industries. I do have ideas in regards to rebuilding our healthcare and providing higher paying jobs for and redirecting these workers towards the health industry, which is more resilient, especially during this time, will help provide resiliency during this pandemic. So I think the key is utilizing the resources now to pivot towards a diversified economy. There other ideas include IT. So as you know, there's projects being planned for underwater cable development. And we really need to leverage these developments for the long term to provide higher paying positions in the IT sector. Again, another industry that could be provide resilience towards this economic crisis due to the pandemic. We need to focus also on businesses that are going to support the community needs. And this is something that I've been committed to doing, for instance, in agriculture, promoting agriculture, renewable energy, definitely more diversification. And the foundation for diversification of our economy is diversification of our education system. I've sat down with Superintendent John Fernandez and many of the educational stakeholders to promote more diversification through the magnet school idea, where we have cohorts that can lead to these diversified careers. And so students that are graduating from our high schools are ready to take on the jobs
Thank you,
that
Senator.
are much needed in our community.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Taitano?
Yes, so, we need to continue to build on what we've been doing. We've given small business tax breaks. We've expanded that twice. We've expanded and continued apprenticeship programs. We look for an additional $1.4 million towards these training programs. So with our entire economy, we need to rebuild and revision. And we need to look at both the workforce, but also the businesses themselves to help them on this path. And so part of this is encouraging, or not encouraging, but looking for every possibility for federal monies, federal programs that can continue to give relief and help that revisioning of these businesses. So what I am submitting is a bill on regional resiliency. And this is helping build up businesses and commerce that is less dependent on those outside forces. It's less dependent on the volatile outside forces, but it's more about building up our internal strength as an island and building up our strength as a region, because we still have commerce going on between us. That is much more secure than relying on much larger forces. And I think in efforts like this, it's part of the solution of how we can be shifting our focus so that it's more locally supported and locally centered. And with that circular economy, that money goes around and it multiplies much more so, which is much healthier for our businesses. So with elements like that, as well as I am willing to look at the
Thank you,
BBT.
Senator.
What's meant to be
Thank you,
temporary.
Senator. Thank you. We're going to move on to our closing statements. You each get 2 minutes to close it out here on the link. It's KUM News Decision 2020. We'll start with former Senator Chris Duenas.
I didn't hear you clearly. 2 minutes closing? 2 minutes closing. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Bree, and thank you to the KUAM family. The Breeze has really been an incredible show so that the people of Guam can get to know more about their government, what their government is doing, what the proposals are for those who are asking for their vote. Chris and Bree, I think that this election is a serious referendum on whether or not you believe your legislature has done enough, whether you believe your mayors have done enough, whether you believe your congressperson has done enough. And I think that's what the voters are going to go to the polls and answer that question. I'm here to tell you that I don't think enough has been done. In fact, I'm disappointed. I think the legislature has tried, but I think they've been too silent when it comes to the area of holding the administration accountable. I think that when it comes to making sure that we hear all voices, the business community, the small businesses, the people who really need the help. I understand healthcare. I live with healthcare. I am a COVID survivor. I know the seriousness of this pandemic. But the fact of the matter is, there is much more beyond just the health issue here. There is the issue of our community and our future. And I'm not saying that we would just open the floodgates and open the doors tomorrow, but the legislature is where the people speak. You need to be more active. You need to have more hearings. You need to hold checks and balances to ensure that our community has an opportunity. As your senator, I, Chris Duenas, commit to you But that's what you'll get from me every day, your voice being heard. I humbly ask for one of your precious 15 votes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mars Taitano.
Well, I think I'll continue where I had left off. It has been such an honor serving this last term, and it has been a really hard situation that we are all working to get through. And I am, if anything, a compassionate leader, but one who also holds a strong line. So I have written laws that are intended to save lives and livelihoods. We have lost too many of our community members to rip currents and hiking safety issues, and I have written a law to help save those people. I've expanded our in-office early voting. What we're seeing now to try to make our elections safer and save ourselves through those processes. I have strengthened protections for our Guam brand. I have been part of the effort to rebuild and revision our economy, and I work every day towards that with building up new industries and building up new ways that we can be strengthening what we have and what works for us and is less dependent on those outside forces. So with that, I continue to call for just our community concerns. I have stood up for our vets, and I continue to call for more just accommodation for them. And I continue to call for protection of our community's resources while we do this. Our resources are part of our health, our well-being, and our economy. So much of our economy rests on our resources as well. And so I have stood up for those. And with COVID-19, it's changing each and every one of our lives. And again, that getting back to just needing to focus on our economy, because that will fuel everything.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
Senator Sabina Perez, the last word, closing statement.
Hafa to the people of Guam, and thank you, Chris and Sabrina, and the KWAM family too as well, for allowing me to provide this opportunity to share my goals for the 36th Guam legislature. The reason why I'm running for re-election is because the work of sustainability is not yet done, and it's even more critical now than ever during this pandemic. And I'm committed to restoring the health of our community and rebuilding our economy through diversification, using my diverse experiences as a freshman senator, as well as medical technologist, diabetes researcher, Simon Sanchez teacher, and community organizer. Additionally, I'm committed to advocating for government transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility, as my record has shown. And this election, it is critical more than ever as a people that we need to come together to address the public health emergency and economic downturn. And I'm committed to doing the work towards sustainability, accountability with integrity. And I humbly ask for your continued trust and support and vote this election. I'm number 14 on the Democratic ballot. Thank you very much.
Okay. You want me to just throw this extra minute away?
Thank you guys for coming on.
Thank you guys. Definitely again.
Thank you, Chris and Green.
Thank you
Be
for letting
safe.
us have this opportunity.
Good times. Guys, be safe, all right? Senator Sabina, Senator Kelly.
Thank you.
Chris,
Thank
see
you.
you. Steph, bye.
Good luck.
Stay home, wash your hands, or go get a tattoo. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Some of the takeaways from this morning.
Businesses are struggling.
Yeah, businesses are struggling. And we heard from Lillian Posadas again, just asking the community to be safe, right? As they're anticipating, the number that she throws out, it fluctuates between 10 and 20% of COVID-19 positives will end up needing hospitalization, right? And we've seen an increase. There is an increase in ICU level care.
She was saying out of the 82 that were reported confirmed positive Friday night, I want to say, or Saturday, that it's the likelihood that 10 to 20% may be hospitalized over at the Guam Memorial Hospital. At least that's how the statistics have shown. But this COVID census at GMH is 32. There's 13 people receiving ICU level of care. And right now, 7 people are receiving ventilator support.
Right, and if you follow things, those folks who get on the ventilators, the odds are not good. So 10-12. Good job, Joe, sir. Jason Solis, Master Control, Ken Janier. Again, we got your 6 with our primetime KUAM News broadcast. This has been The Link. Tomorrow on the show, our standing Tuesday appointment with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenori. Also, trying to get a commitment from Public Health. It's looking good that we'll get someone on to talk about the process for applying for a hardship or any type of exemption from the government of Guam quarantine facility.
You just heard that heartbreaking story of 3 sisters who traveled all the way to Guam after their sister had passed away, and they were denied hardship and release from government quarantine into home quarantine. And so they were denied, and it looked like they would be released Thursday, which is the day they actually were scheduled to get back on a plane and return to their homes. But they're looking to extend it, and hopefully, you know, there may be some opportunity for them to be released home quarantine.
And Gore Executive Director Ray Tapasnia came on the link this morning and basically didn't say no when we asked if he's getting a raise. He passed the buck, so to speak, the bucks over to the board. There's a board meeting Friday, but again, he reiterated all the hard work he does at the agency that would justify such an increase. So that was pretty interesting. Also, we heard from Tom Nadeau, environmental health lead at Public Health. Is it safe to go out? He said it's relative. That was interesting. But it does look like the businesses that they are inspecting are adhering to the protocols, and a lot of those violations are corrected on the spot or soon thereafter.
Right. And so if you guys aren't familiar, they're doing 2 sorts of inspections. They're doing the COVID-19 inspections, and they're doing the sanitary inspections. And, you know, just based on the reports that I've seen, the sanitary inspections are the ones that are kind of concerning. But in terms of, like Chris said, the COVID ones, he's right. Businesses are complying with the different guidelines and protocols that come out after executive orders.
Oh, and sanitary violations. Who's not used to that?
Yeah.
Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Hey, again, the show proudly brought to you by Carrier. I want to thank Carrier for jumping on board here. Guam, they're Carrier Guam, obviously located in Tamuning behind Kmart. You call them at 647-COOL. 647-2665. Also brought to you by the Thrive Coalition, ITE, and Calvo Enterprises.
And just a reminder about we're giving away free pizza. Please take a picture with the Pepsi product and tag KUAM News, and you could win free pizza on us.
All right, and also don't forget to go out and vote at the Guam Election Commission. Maria Pangilinan says that so far over 3,000 people have cast their ballots in the general election, and they saw hundreds do so at the George Washington High School on Saturday. We'll have more on that tomorrow. My name's Chris. Thank you guys so much for watching, streaming, listening to The Link.
I'm Sabrina. Bye.
Adios.
Safe.